The Arabian Nights Entertainments, consisting of 1001 stories told by the Sultaness of the Indies to divert the Sultan from the execution of a bloody vow he had made to marry a lady every day, and have her cut off next morning, to avenge himself of the disloyalty of his first sultaness, and c. containing an accurate account of the customs, manners, and religion of the Eastern nations, in 2 volumes. Volume I. 1813. Contents of Volume 1. The story of the genius and the lady shut up in a glass box. The fable of the ass, the ox, and the laborer. The fable of the dog and the cock. The story of the merchant and genius. The history of the first old man and the bitch. The story of the second old man and the 2 black dogs. The story of the fisherman. The story of the Grecian king, and the physician Douban. The story of the husband and parrot. The story of the vizier that was punished. The history of the young king of the Black Isles. The story of the 3 calendars, sons of kings, and of the 5 ladies of Baghdad. The history of the first calendar, a king's son. The history of the second calendar, a king's son. The story of the envious man, and of him whom he envied. The history of the third calendar, a king's son. The story of Zobaid, the story of Amin. The story of Sindbad the sailor. His first voyage. His second voyage. His third voyage. His fourth voyage. His fifth voyage. His sixth voyage. His seventh and last voyage. The story of the 3 apples. The story of the young lady that was murdered, and of the young man her husband. The story of Nureddin Ali and Bedreddin Hassan. The story of the little hunchback. The story told by the Christian merchant. The story told by the Sultan of Kasgar's purveyor. The story told by the Jewish physician. The story told by the tailor. The story of the barber. The story of the barber's eldest brother. Of the second. Of the third. Of the fourth. Of the fifth. Of the sixth. The history of Abul Hasan al-Ibn Bakar and Shemselnahar, favorite of Caliph Harun al-Rashid. The story of the Amours of Camaralzaman, prince of the Isles of the children of Khaladan, and of Badora, princess of China. The history of the princess of China. The story of Marzavan, with the sequel of that of the prince Camaralzaman. The story of the princess Badora, after her separation from Prince Camaralzaman. The story of the princes, Amgrad and Asad. The story of Prince Amgrad and a lady of the city of the magicians. The sequel of the story of Prince Asad. The story of Nureddin Aad the Fair Persian. Epistle dedicatory. 2. The Right Hun. The Lady Marchioness d'O. Lady of Honor to the Duchess of Burgundy. Madam. The great kindnesses I received from M. de Guillergus, your illustrious father, during my abode at Constantinople some years ago, are too fresh in my mind for me to neglect any opportunity of publishing what I owe to his memory, were he still alive, for the welfare of France, and my particular advantage, I would take the liberty to dedicate this work to him, not only as my benefactor, but as a person most capable of judging what is fine, and inspiring others with the like sentiments. Every one remembers the wonderful exactness of his judgment, the meanest of his thoughts had something in them that was shining, and his lowest expressions were always exact and nice, which made every one admire him, for never had any man so much wit and so much solidity. I have seen him, at a time when he was so much taken up with the affairs of his master, that nobody could expect any thing from him but what related to his ministry, and his profound capacity to manage the most knotty negotiations, yet all the weight of his employment diminished nothing of his inimitable pleasantness, which charmed his friends, and was agreeable even to those barbarous nations with whom that great man did treat. After the loss of him, which to me is irreparable, I could not address myself to any other person than yourself, madam, since you alone can supply the want of him to me, therefore it is that I take the boldness to beg of you the same protection for this book that you was pleased to grant to the French translation of the 7 Arabian stories that I had the honor to present you. You may perhaps wonder, madam, that I have not since that time presented them to you in print, but the reason of it is, that when I was about putting them to the press, I was informed that those 7 stories were taken out of a prodigious collection of stories of the like sort, entitled 1001 Nights. This discovery obliged me to suspend the printing of them, and to use my endeavors to get that collection. I was forced to send for it from Syria, and have translated into French this first volume, being one of the 4 that were sent me. These stories will certainly divert you, madam, much more than those you have already seen. They are new to you, and more in number. You will also perceive with pleasure the ingenious design of this anonymous Arabian, who has given us these stories after the manner of his country, fabulous indeed, but very diverting. I beg, madam, your acceptance of this small present which I have the honor to make you. It is a public testimony of my acknowledgement of the profound respect with which I am, and shall forever be, madam, your most humble and most obedient servant. Galland. Preface. There is no occasion to prepossess the reader with an opinion of the merit and beauty of the following work. There needs no more but to read it to satisfy any man, that hitherto nothing so fine of this nature has appeared in any language. What can be more ingenious than to compose such a prodigious quantity of pleasant stories, whose variety is surprising, and whose connection is so wonderful? We know not the name of the author of so great a work, but probably it is not all done by one hand, for how can we suppose that one man alone could have invention enough to make so many fine things? If stories of this sort be pleasant and diverting, because of the wonders they usually contain, these have certainly the advantage above all that have yet been published, because they are full of surprising events, which engage our attention, and show how much the Arabians surpass other nations in compositions of this sort. They must also be pleasing, because of the account they give of the customs and manners of the Eastern nations, and of the ceremonies of their religion, as well pagan as Mahometan, which are better described here than in any author that has written of them, or in the relation of travelers. All the Eastern nations, Persians, Tartars, and Indians, are here distinguished, and appear such as they are, from the sovereign to the meanest subject, so that, without the fatigue of going to see those people in their respective countries, the reader has here the pleasure to see them act, and hear them speak. Care has been taken to preserve their characters, and to keep their sense, nor have we varied from the text, but when modesty obliged us to it. The translator flatters himself that those who understand Arabic, and will be at the pains to compare the original with the Translation, must agree that he has showed the Arabians to the French with all the circumspection that the niceness of the French tongue and of the times require, and if those who read these stories have any inclination to profit by the example of virtue and vice which they will here find exhibited, they may reap an advantage by it that is not to be reaped in other stories, which are more fit to corrupt than to reform our manners. Approbation. I have read, by order of my Lord Chancellor, this manuscript, and find nothing in it that should hinder its being printed. Signed. Fontanelli. Paris, October 4. 1706. Arabian Nights Entertainments. The Chronicles of the Susanians, the ancient kings of Persia, who extended their empire into the Indies, over all the islands thereunto belonging, a great way beyond the Ganges, and as far as China, acquaint us, that there was formerly a king of that potent family, the most excellent prince of his time. He was as much beloved by his subjects for his wisdom and prudence, as he was dreaded by his neighbors because of his valor, and his warlike and well-disciplined troops. He had 2 sons, the eldest, Shahryar, the worthy heir of his father, and endowed with all his virtues. The youngest, Shahzinan, was likewise a prince of incomparable merit. After a long and glorious reign, the king died, and Shahryar mounted his throne. Shahzinan being excluded from all share of the government by the laws of the empire, and obliged to live a private life, was so far from envying the happiness of his brother, that he made it his whole business to please him, and effected it without much difficulty. Shahryar, who had naturally a great affection for that prince, was so charmed with his complaisance, that, out of an excess of friendship, he would needs divide his dominions with him, and gave him the kingdom of Great Tartary. Shahzinan went immediately and took possession of it, and fixed the seat of his government at Samarkand, the metropolis of the country. After they had been separated 10 years, Shahryar, having a passionate desire to see his brother, resolved to send an ambassador to invite him to his court. He made choice of his prime vizier for the embassy, sent him to Tartary with a retinue answerable to his dignity, and he made all possible haste to Samarkand. When he came near the city, Shahzinan had notice of it, and went to meet him with the principal lords of his court, who, to put the more honor on the Sultan's minister, appeared in magnificent apparel. The king of Tartary received the ambassador with the greatest demonstrations of joy, and immediately asked him concerning the welfare of the Sultan, his brother. The vizier, having acquainted him that he was in health, gave him an account of his embassy. Shahzinan was so much affected with it that he answered thus: Sage vizier, the Sultan, my brother, does me too much honor. He could propose nothing in the world more acceptable. I long as passionately to see him as he does to see me. Time has been no more able to diminish my friendship than his. My kingdom is in peace, and I desire no more than 10 days to get myself ready to go with you, so that there is no necessity of your entering the city for so short a time. I pray you to pitch your tents here, and I will order provisions in abundance for yourself and company. The vizier did accordingly, and as soon as the king returned, he sent him a prodigious quantity of provisions of all sorts, with presents of great value. In the meanwhile, Shahzinan made ready for his journey, took orders about his most important affairs, appointed a council to govern in his absence, and named a minister, of whose wisdom he had sufficient experience, and in whom he had entire confidence, to be their president. At the end of 10 days, his equipage being ready, he took his leave of the queen, his wife, and went out of town in the evening with his retinue, pitching his royal pavilion near the vizier's tent, and discoursed with that ambassador till midnight. But willing once more to embrace the queen, whom he loved entirely, he returned alone to his palace, and went straight to Her Majesty's apartment, who, not expecting his return, had taken one of the meanest officers of the household to her bed, where they lay both fast asleep, having been in bed a considerable while. The king entered without any noise and pleased himself to think how he should surprise his wife, who, he thought, loved him as entirely as he did her, but how strange was his surprise, when, by the light of the flambeaux, which burn all night in the apartments of those eastern princes, he saw a man in her arms. He stood immovable for a time, not knowing how to believe his own eyes, but finding it was not to be doubted. How? Says he to himself, I am scarce out of my palace, and but just under the walls of Samarkand, and dare they put such an outrage upon me? All perfidious wretches, your crime shall not go unpunished. As king, I am to punish wickednesses committed in my dominions, and as an enraged husband, I must sacrifice you to my just resentment. In a word, this unfortunate prince, giving way to his rage, drew his scimitar, and, approaching the bed, killed them both with one blow, turning their sleep into death, and afterwards taking them up, threw them out of a window into the ditch that surrounded the palace. Having avenged himself thus, he went out of town privately as he came into it, and returning to his pavilion, without saying one word of what had happened, he ordered the tents to be struck, and to make ready for his journey. This was speedily done, and before day he began his march, with kettle drums and other instruments of music, that filled every one with joy, except the king, who was so much troubled at the disloyalty of his wife, that he was seized with extreme melancholy, which preyed upon him during his whole journey. When he drew near the capital of the Indies, the Sultan Shahryar, and all his court, came out to meet him. The princes were overjoyed to see one another, and alighting, after mutual embraces, and other marks of affection and respect, they mounted again, and entered the city, with the acclamations of vast multitudes of people. The Sultan conducted his brother to the palace he had provided for him, which had a communication with his own by means of a garden, and was so much the more magnificent, for it was set apart as a banqueting house for public entertainment, and other diversions of the court, and the splendor of it had been lately augmented by new furniture. Shahryar immediately left the king of Tartary, that he might give him time to bathe himself, and to change his apparel, and as soon as he had done, he came to him again, and they sat down together upon a sofa or alcove. The courtiers kept a distance out of respect, and those two princes entertained one another suitably to their friendship, their nearness of blood, and the long separation that had been betwixt them. The time of supper being come, they ate together, after which they renewed their conversation, which continued till Shahryar, perceiving it was very late, left his brother to his rest. The unfortunate Shahzinan went to bed, and though the conversation of his brother had suspended his grief for some time, it returned upon him with more violence, so that, instead of taking his necessary rest, he tormented himself with cruel reflections. All the circumstances of his wife's disloyalty represented themselves afresh to his imagination in so lively a manner, that he was like one beside himself. In a word, not being able to sleep, he got up, and giving himself over to afflicting thoughts, they made such an impression upon his countenance, that the Sultan could not but take notice of it, and said thus to himself, "What can be the matter with the King of Tartary, that he is so melancholy? Has he any cause to complain of his reception? No, surely, I have received him as a brother whom I love, so that I can charge myself with no omission in that respect. Perhaps it grieves him to be at such a distance from his dominions, or from the Queen, his wife. Alas! If that be the matter, I must forthwith give him the presents I designed for him, that he may return to Samarkand when he pleases." Accordingly, next day Shahryar sent him a part of those presents, being the greatest rarities and the richest things that the Indies could afford. At the same time he endeavored to divert his brother every day by new objects of pleasure, and the finest treats, which, instead of giving the King of Tartary any ease, did only increase his sorrow. One day, Shahryar having appointed a great hunting match, about 2 days' journey from his capital, in a place that abounded with deer, Shahzinan prayed him to excuse him, for his health would not allow him to bear him company. The Sultan, unwilling to put any constraint upon him, left him at his liberty, and went hunting with his nobles. The King of Tartary, being thus left alone, shut himself up in his apartment, and sat down at a window that looked into the garden. That delicious place, and the sweet harmony of an infinite number of birds, which chose it for a place of retreat, must certainly have diverted him, had he been capable of taking pleasure in anything, but, being perpetually tormented with the fatal remembrance of his queen's infamous conduct, his eyes were not so often fixed upon the garden, as lifted up to heaven to bewail his misfortune. Whilst he was thus swallowed up with grief, an object presented itself to his view, which quickly turned all his thoughts another way. The secret gate of the Sultan's palace opened all of a sudden, and there came out at it 20 women, in the midst of whom marched the Sultaness, who was easily distinguished from the rest by her majestic air. This princess, thinking that the King of Tartary was gone a-hunting with his brother the Sultan, came up with her retinue near the windows of his apartment, for the prince had placed himself so that he could see all that passed in the garden without being perceived himself. He observed that the persons who accompanied the Sultaness threw off their veils and long robes, that they might be at more freedom, but was wonderfully surprised when he saw 10 of them to be blacks, and that each of them took his mistress. The Sultaness, on her part, was not long without her gallant. She clapped her hands, and called out Masood, Masood, and immediately a black came down from a tree, and ran to her in all haste. Modesty will not allow, nor is it necessary to relate, what passed betwixt the blacks and ladies. It is sufficient to say that Shahzinan saw enough to convince him that his brother had as much cause to complain as himself. This amorous company continued together till midnight, and having bathed all together in a great pond, which was one of the chief ornaments of the garden, they dressed themselves, and re-entered the palace, by the secret door, all except Masud, who climbed up his tree, and got over the garden wall the same way as he came. All this having passed in the king of Tartary's sight, it gave him occasion to make a multitude of reflections. How little reason had I, says he, to think that no one was so unfortunate as myself. It is certainly the unavoidable fate of all husbands. Since the Sultan, my brother, who is sovereign of so many dominions, and the greatest prince of the earth, could not escape it. The case being so, what a fool am I to kill myself with grief. I will throw it off, and the remembrance of a misfortune so common shall never after this disturb my quiet. So that, from that moment, he forbore afflicting himself, being unwilling to sup till he saw the whole scene that was acted under his window. He called then for his supper, ate with a better appetite than he had done at any time after his coming to Samarkand, and listened with pleasure to the agreeable concert of vocal and instrumental music that was appointed to entertain him while at table. He continued after this to be of a very good humor, and when he knew that the Sultan was returning, he went to meet him, and paid him his compliments with a great deal of gaiety. Shahryar at first took no notice of this great alteration, but expostulated with him modestly, why he would not bear him company at hunting the stag, and, without giving him time to reply, entertained him with the great number of deer and other game they had killed, and what pleasure he had in the sport. Shahzinan heard him with attention, gave answers to everything, and being rid of that melancholy which formerly overclouded his wit, he said 1,000 agreeable and pleasant things to the Sultan. Shahryar, who expected to have found him in the same condition as he left him, was overjoyed to see him so cheerful, and spoke to him thus: Dear brother, I return thanks to heaven for the happy change it has made on you during my absence. I am extremely rejoiced at it, but I have a request to make to you, and conjure you not to deny me. I can refuse you nothing, replies the king of Tartary. You may command Shahzinan as you please, pray speak. I am impatient to know what you desire of me. Ever since you came to my court, replies Shahryar, I found you swallowed up by a deep melancholy, and I did in vain attempt to remove it by diversions of all sorts. I imagined it might be occasioned by reason of the distance from your dominions, or that love might have a great share in it, and that the Queen of Samarkand, who, no doubt, is an accomplished beauty, might be the cause of it. I do not know if I be mistaken, but I must own that this was the peculiar reason why I did not importune you upon the subject, for fear of making you uneasy. But, without my being able to contribute anything towards it, I find now, upon my return, that you are in the best humor that can be, and that your mind is entirely delivered from that black vapor which disturbed it. Pray do me the favor to tell me why you were so melancholy, and how you came to be rid of it. Upon this, the king of Tartary continued for some time as if he had been in a dream, and contrived what he should answer, but at last replied as follows: You are my sultan and master, but excuse me, I beseech you, from answering your question. No, dear Brother, said the Sultan, you must answer, I will take no denial. Shahzinan, not being able to withstand these pressing instances, answered, well, then, brother, I will satisfy you, since you command me, and, having told him the story of the Queen of Samarkand's treachery, this, says he, was the cause of my grief. Pray judge whether I had not reason enough to give myself up to it. Oh, my brother, says the Sultan, in a tone which showed that he had the same sentiments of the matter with the King of Tartary. What a horrible story do you tell me! How impatient was I till I heard it out. I commend you for punishing the traitors who put such an outrage upon you. Nobody can blame you for that action. It was just, and for my part, had the case been mine, I could scarce have been so moderate as you. I should not have satisfied myself with the life of one woman. I verily think I should have sacrificed 1,000 to my fury. I cease now to wonder at your melancholy. The cause of it was too sensible, and too mortifying, not to make you yield to it. O heaven! What a strange adventure! Nor do I believe the like of it ever befell any man but yourself. But, in short, I must bless God, who has comforted you, and since I doubt not but your consolation is well grounded, be so good as let me know what it is, and conceal nothing from me. Shahzinan was not so easily prevailed upon in this point as he had been in the other, because of his brother's concern in it, but being obliged to yield to his pressing instances, answered, I must obey you then, since your command is absolute, yet am afraid that my obedience will occasion your trouble to be greater than ever mine was. But you must blame yourself for it, since you force me to reveal a thing which I should have otherwise buried in eternal oblivion. What you say, answers Shahryar, serves only to increase my curiosity. Make haste to discover the secret, whatever it may be. The King of Tartary, being no longer able to refuse, gave him the particulars of all that he had seen of the blacks in disguise, of the lewd passion of the Sultaness and her ladies, and, to be sure, he did not forget Masud. After having been witness to those infamous actions, says he, I believed all women to be that way naturally inclined, and that they could not resist those violent desires. Being of this opinion, it seemed to me to be an unaccountable weakness in men to make themselves uneasy at their infidelity. This reflection brought many others along with it, and, in short, I thought the best thing I could do was to make myself easy. It cost me some pain indeed, but at last I effected it, and, if you will take my advice, you shall follow my example. Though the advice was good, the Sultan could not take it but fell into a rage. What, says he, is the Sultaness of the Indies capable of prostituting herself in so base a manner? No, brother. I cannot believe what you say, unless I saw it with my eyes. Yours must needs have deceived you. The matter is so important that I must be satisfied of it myself. Dear brother, answers Shahzinan, that you may without much difficulty appoint another hunting match, and when we are out of town with your court and mine, we will stop under our pavilions, and at night let you and I return alone to my apartment. I am certain that next day you will see what I saw. The Sultan, approving the stratagem, immediately appointed a new hunting match, and that same day the pavilions were set up at the place appointed. Next day the two princes set out with all their retinue. They arrived at the place of encampment, and stayed there till night. Then Shahryar called his grand vizier, and, without acquainting him of his design, commanded him to stay in his place during his absence, and to suffer no person to go out of the camp upon any occasion whatever. As soon as he had given this order, the king of Grand Tartary and he took horse, passed through the camp incognito, returned to the city, and went to Shahzinan's apartment. They had scarce placed themselves in the same window where the king of Tartary had seen the disguised blacks act their scene, but the secret gate opened, the sultaness and her ladies entered the garden with the blacks, and she having called upon Masood, the sultan saw more than enough to convince him plainly of his dishonor and misfortune. "O heavens!" cried he, "what indignity! What horror! Can the wife of a sovereign, such as I am, be capable of such an infamous action? After this let no prince boast of his being perfectly happy. Alas! My brother," continues he, embracing the king of Tartary, "let us both renounce the world, honesty is banished out of it, if it flatter us the one day, it betrays us the next, let us abandon our dominions and grandeur, let us go into foreign countries, where we may lead an obscure life, and conceal our misfortune." Shahzinan did not at all approve of such a resolution, but did not think fit to contradict Shahryar in the heat of his passion. "Dear brother," says he, "your will shall be mine, I am ready to follow you whither you please, but promise that you will return. If we can meet with any one that is more unhappy than ourselves." "I agree to it," says the Sultan, "but doubt much whether we shall." "I am not of your mind in this," replied the king of Tartary, "I fancy our journey will be but short." Having said this, they went secretly out of the palace by another way than they came. They traveled as long as it was day, and lay the first night under the trees, and getting up about break of day, they went on till they came to a fine meadow upon the banks of the sea, in which meadow there were tufts of great trees at some distance from one another. They sat down under those trees to rest and refresh themselves, and the chief subject of their conversation was the lewdness of their wives. They had not sat long, before they heard a frightful noise, and a terrible cry from the sea, which filled them with fear. Then the sea opening, there rose up a thing like a great black column, which reached almost to the clouds. This redoubled their fear, made them rise speedily, and climb up into a tree to hide themselves. They had scarce got up, till, looking to the place from whence the voice came, and where the sea opened, they observed that the black column advanced, winding about towards the shore, cleaving the water before it. They could not at first think what it should be, but in a little time they found that it was one of those malignant genii that are mortal enemies to mankind, and always doing them mischief. He was black, frightful, had the shape of a giant, of a prodigious stature, and carried on his head a great glass box, shut with 4 locks of fine steel. He entered the meadow with his burden, which he laid down just at the foot of the tree where the 2 princes were, who looked upon themselves to be dead men. Meanwhile the genie sat down by his box, and opening it with 4 keys that he had at his girdle, there came out a lady magnificently apparelled, of a majestic stature, and a complete beauty. The monster made her sit down by him, and eyeing her with an amorous look, "Lady," says he, "nay, most accomplished of all ladies who are admired for their beauty, my charming mistress, whom I carried off on your wedding day, and have loved so constantly ever since, let me sleep a few moments by you, for I found myself so very sleepy, that I came to this place to take a little rest." Having spoken thus, he laid down his huge head on the lady's knees, and stretching out his legs, which reached as far as the sea, he fell asleep, and snored so, that he made the banks to echo again. The lady, happening at the same time to look up to the tree, saw the two princes and made a sign to them with her hand to come down without making any noise. Their fear was extraordinary when they found themselves discovered, and they prayed the lady, by other signs, to excuse them, but she, after having laid the monster's head softly down, rose up, and spoke to them with a low but quick voice to come down to her. She would take no denial. They made signs to her that they were afraid of the genie, and would fain have been excused. Upon which she ordered them to come down, and, if they did not make haste, threatened to await the giant, and bid him kill them. These words did so much intimidate the princes, that they began to come down with all possible precaution, lest they should awake the genie. When they came down, the lady took them by the hand, and going a little farther with them under the trees, made a very urgent proposal to them. At first they rejected it, but she obliged them to accept it by her threats. Having obtained what she desired, she perceived that each of them had a ring on his finger, which she demanded of them. As soon as she received them, she went and took a box out of the bundle, where her toilet was, pulled out a string of other rings of all sorts, which she showed them, and asked them if they knew what those jewels meant. "No," say they, "we hope you will be pleased to tell us." "They are," replies she, "the rings of all the men to whom I have granted my favor. There are full 18 of them, which I keep in token to remember them, and ask to yours for the same reason, to make up my 100. So that," continues she, "I have had 100 gallants already, notwithstanding the vigilance of this wicked genie, that never leaves me. He is much the nearer for locking me up in this glass box, and hiding me in the bottom of the sea. I find a way to cheat him for all his care. You may see by this that when a woman has formed a project, there is no husband or gallant that can hinder her from putting it in execution. Men had better not put their wives under such restraint. If they have a mind they should be chaste." Having spoken thus to them, she put their rings upon the same string with the rest, and, sitting down by the monster as before, laid his head again upon her lap, and made a sign for the princes to be gone. They returned immediately by the same way they came, and when they were out of sight of the lady and the genie, Shahryar says to Shahzinan, "Well, brother, what do you think of this adventure? Has not the genie a very faithful mistress? And do not you agree that there is no wickedness equal to that of women?" "Yes, brother," answers the king of Great Tartary, "and you must agree that the monster is more unfortunate, and has more reason to complain, than we. Therefore, since we have found what we sought for, let us return to our dominions, and let not this hinder us to marry again. For my part, I know a method by which I think I shall keep inviolable the faith that any woman shall plight to me." I shall say no more of it at present, but you will hear of it in a little time, and I am sure you will follow my example. The Sultan agreed with his brother, and, continuing their journey, they arrived in the camp the third night after they left it. The news of the Sultan's return being spread, the courtiers came betimes in the morning before his pavilion to wait on him. He ordered them to enter, received them with a more pleasant air than formerly, and gave each of them a gratification, after which he told them he would go no further, ordered them to take horse, and returned speedily to his palace. As soon as he arrived, he ran to the Sultaness's apartment, commanded her to be bound before him, and delivered her to his Grand Vizier, with an order to strangle her, which was accordingly executed by that minister, without inquiring into her crime. The enraged prince did not stop here, he cut off the heads of all the Sultaness's ladies with his own hand. After this rigorous punishment, being persuaded that no woman was chaste, he resolved, in order to prevent the disloyalty of such as he should afterwards marry, to wed one every night, and have her strangled next morning. Having imposed this cruel law upon himself, he swore that he would observe it immediately after the departure of the king of Tartary, who speedily took leave of him, and, being loaded with magnificent presents, set forward on his journey. Shahzinan being gone, Shahryar ordered his Grand Vizier to bring him the daughter of one of his generals. The vizier obeyed. The Sultan lay with her, and, putting her next morning into his hands in order to be strangled, commanded him to get another next night. Whatever reluctance the vizier had to put such orders in execution, as he owed blind obedience to the Sultan his master. He was forced to submit. He brought him then the daughter of a subaltern, whom he also cut off the next day. After her, he brought a citizen's daughter, and, in a word, there was every day a maid married, and a wife murdered. The rumor of this unparalleled barbarity occasioned a general consternation in the city, where there was nothing but crying and lamentation. Here a father in tears, and inconsolable for the loss of his daughter, and their tender mothers, dreading lest theirs should have the same fate, making the air to resound beforehand with their groans, so that, instead of the commendations and blessings which the Sultan had hitherto received from his subjects, their mouths were now filled with imprecations against him. The Grand Vizier, who, as has been already said, was the executioner of this horrid injustice against his will, had two daughters, the eldest called Scheherazade, and the youngest Dinarzade. The latter was a lady of very great merit, but the elder had courage, wit, and penetration, infinitely above her sex. She had read abundance, and had such a prodigious memory that she never forgot anything. She had successfully applied herself to philosophy, physic, history, and the liberal arts, and for verse exceeded the best poets of her times. Besides this, she was a perfect beauty, and all her fine qualifications were crowned by solid virtue. The vizier passionately loved a daughter so worthy of his tender affection, and one day, as they were discoursing together, she says to him, "Father, I have one favor to beg of you, and must humbly pray you to grant it me." "I will not refuse it," answered he, "provided it be just and reasonable. For the justice of it," says she, "there can be no question, and you may judge of it by the motive which obliges me to demand it of you. I have a design to stop the course of that barbarity which the Sultan exercises upon the families of this city. I would dispel those unjust fears which so many mothers have of losing their daughters in such a fatal manner. Your design, daughter, replies the vizier, is very commendable, but the disease you would remedy seems to be incurable. How do you pretend to effect it? Father, says Scheherazade, since by your means the Sultan makes every day a new marriage, I conjure you, by the tender affection you bear to me, to procure me the honor of his bed. The vizier could not hear this without horror. O heavens! Replies he, in a passion. Have you lost your senses, daughter, that you make such a dangerous request to me? You know the Sultan has sworn by his soul that he will never lie above one night with the same woman, and to order her to be killed the next morning, and would you that I should propose you to him? Pray consider well to what your indiscreet zeal will expose you. Yes, dear father, replies the virtuous daughter, I know the risk I run, but that does not frighten me. If I perish, my death will be glorious, and if I succeed, I shall do my country an important piece of service. No, no, says the vizier, whatever you can represent to engage me to let you throw yourself into that horrible danger, do not you think that ever I will agree to it. When the Sultan shall order me to strike my poignard into your heart, alas! I must obey him. And what a dismal employment is that for a father! Ah! If you do not fear death, yet at least be afraid of occasioning me the mortal grief of seeing my hand stained with your blood. Once more, father, says Scheherazade, grant me the favor I beg. Your stubbornness, replies the vizier, will make me angry. Why will you run headlong to your ruin? They that do not foresee the end of a dangerous enterprise can never bring it to a happy issue. I am afraid the same thing will happen to you that happened to the ass, which was well, and could not keep itself so. What misfortune befell the ass? Replies Scheherazade. I will tell you, says the vizier, if you will hear me. Fable. The ox, the ass, and the laborer. A very rich merchant had several country houses, where he had abundance of cattle of all sorts. He went with his wife and family to one of those estates, in order to improve it himself. He had the gift of understanding the language of beasts, but with this condition, that he should interpret it to nobody on pain of death, and this hindered him from communicating to others what he had learned by means of this gift. He had in the same stall an ox and an ass, and one day as he sat near them, and diverted himself to see his children play about him, he heard the ox say to the ass, sprightly, "Oh, how happy do I think you, when I consider the ease you enjoy, and the little labor that is required of you. You are carefully rubbed down and washed, you have well-dressed corn, and fresh clean water. Your greatest business is to carry the merchant, our master, when he has any little journey to make, and, were it not for that, you would be perfectly idle. I am treated in a quite different manner, and my condition is as unfortunate as yours is pleasant. It is scarce daylight when I am fastened to a plough, and there they make me work till night to till up the ground, which fatigues me so, that sometimes my strength fails me. Besides, the laborer, who is always behind me, beats me continually. By drawing the plough my tail is all flead, and, in short, after having labored from morning till night, when I am brought in. They give me nothing to eat but sorry dry beans, not so much as cleaned from sand, or other things as pernicious, and, to heighten my misery, when I have filled my belly with such ordinary stuff, I am forced to lie all night in my own dung, so that you see I have reason to envy your lot. The ass did not interrupt the ox, till he had said all that he had a mind to say, but, when he had made an end, answered, They that call you a foolish beast do not lie, you are too simple, you let them carry you whither they please, and show no manner of resolution. In the meantime, what advantage do you reap by all the indignities you suffer? You kill yourself for the ease, pleasure, and profit of those that give you no thanks for so doing. But they would not treat you so, if you had as much courage as strength. When they come to fasten you to the stall, why do not you make resistance? Why do not you strike them with your horns, and show that you are angry by striking your foot against the ground? And, in short, why do not you frighten them by bellowing aloud? Nature has furnished you with means to procure you respect, but you do not make use of them. They bring you sorry beans and bad straw. Eat none of them, only smell them, and leave them. If you follow the advice I give you, you will quickly find a change, for which you will thank me. The ox took the ass's advice in very good part, and owned he was very much obliged to him for it. Dear Sprightly, adds he, I will not fail to do all that you have said, and you shall see how I shall acquit myself. They held their peace after this discourse, of which the merchant heard every word. Next morning betimes the laborer came to take the ox, he fastened him to the plough, and carried him to his ordinary work. The ox, who had not forgotten the ass's counsel, was very troublesome and untoward all that day, and in the evening, when the laborer brought him back to the stall, and began to fasten him to it, the malicious beast, instead of presenting his horns willingly as he used to do, was restive, and went backward, bellowing, and then made at the laborer as if he would have pushed him with his horns. In a word, he did all that the ass advised him to. Next day the laborer came, as usual, to take the ox to his labor, but, finding the stall full of beans, the straw that he put in the night before not touched, and the ox lying on the ground with his legs stretched out, and panting in a strange manner, he believed him to he sick, pitied him, and thinking that it was not proper to carry him to work, went immediately and acquainted the merchant with it, who, perceiving that the ox had followed all the mischievous advices of the ass, whom he thought fit to punish for it, ordered the laborer to go and put the ass in the ox's place, and to be sure to work him hard. The laborer did so. The ass was forced to draw the plough all that day, which fatigued him so much the more, as he was not accustomed to that sort of labor. Besides, he had been so soundly beaten, that he could scarcely stand when he came back. Meanwhile the ox was mightily pleased, he ate up all that was in his stall, and rested himself the whole day. He was glad at the heart that he had followed the ass's advice, blessed him 1,000 times for it, and did not fail to compliment him upon it. When he saw him come back, the ass answered him not one word, so vexed was he to be so ill treated, but says within himself, It is by my own imprudence I have brought this misfortune upon myself. I lived happily, everything smiled upon me. I had all that I could wish, it is my own fault that I am brought to this miserable condition, and if I cannot contrive some way to get out of it, I am certainly undone. And as he spoke thus, his strength was so much exhausted, that he fell down at his stall, as if he had been half dead. Here the Grand Vizier addressed himself to Scheherazade, and said, Daughter, you do like the ass, you will expose yourself to destruction by your false prudence. Take my advice, be easy, and do not take such measures as will hasten your death. Father, replies Scheherazade, the example you bring me is not capable of making me change my resolution. I will never cease importuning you until you present me to the Sultan to be his bride. The Vizier, perceiving that she persisted in her demand, replied, Alas, then, since you will continue obstinate, I shall be obliged to treat you in the same manner as the merchant I named treated his wife in a little time after. The merchant, understanding that the ass was in a lamentable condition, was curious to know what passed betwixt him and the ox. Therefore, after supper, he went out by moonlight, and sat down by them, his wife bearing him company. When he arrived, he heard the ass say to the ox, Comrade, tell me, I pray you, what you intend to do tomorrow, when the laborer brings you meat. What will I do? Says the ox, I will continue to do as you taught me. I will go off from him, and threaten him with my horns, as I did yesterday. I will feign myself to be sick, and just ready to die. Beware of that, replies the ass, it will ruin you, for as I came home this evening, I heard the merchant, our master, say something that makes me tremble for you. Alas! What did you hear? Says the ox, as you love me, hide nothing from me, my dear Sprightly. Our master, replied the ass, had these sad expressions to the laborer, since the ox does not eat, and is not able to work, I would have him killed tomorrow, and we will give his flesh as an alms to the poor for God's sake. As for his skin, that will be of use to us, and I would have you give it to the courier to dress, therefore do not fail to send for the butcher. This is what I had to tell you, says the ass. The concern I have for your preservation, and my friendship for you, obliged me to let you know it, and to give you new advice. As soon as they bring you your bran and straw, rise up and eat heartily. Our master will, by this, think that you are cured, and no doubt will recall his orders for killing you, whereas, if you do otherwise, you are certainly gone. This discourse had the effect which the ass designed. The ox was strangely troubled at it, and bellowed out for fear. The merchant, who heard the discourse very attentively, fell into such a fit of laughter, that his wife was surprised at it, and said, Pray, husband, tell me what you laugh at so heartily, that I may laugh with you. Wife, said he, you must content yourself with hearing me laugh. No, replies she, I will know the reason. I cannot give you that satisfaction, answers he, but only that I laugh at what our ass just now said to our ox. The rest is a secret, which I am not allowed to reveal. And what hinders you from revealing the secret, says she. If I tell it you, answers he, it will cost me my life. You only jeer me, cried his wife. What you tell me now cannot be true. If you do not satisfy me presently with what you laugh at, and tell me what the ox and ass said to one another, I swear by heaven that you and I shall never bed together again. Having spoken thus, she went into the house in a great fret, and, setting herself in a corner, cried there all night. Her husband lay alone, and finding next morning that she continued in the same humor, told her she was a very foolish woman to afflict herself in that manner, the thing was not worth so much, and that it concerned her as little to know the matter, as it concerned him so much to keep it secret, therefore I conjure you to think no more of it. I shall still think so much of it, says she, as never to forbear weeping till you have satisfied my curiosity. But I tell you very seriously, replied he, that it will cost me my life, if I yield to your indiscretion. Let what will happen. Says she, I do insist upon it. I perceive, says the merchant, that it is impossible to bring you to reason, and since I foresee that you will occasion your own death by your obstinacy, I will call in your children, that they may see you before you die. Accordingly he called for them, and sent for her father and mother, and other relations. When they were come, and heard the reason of their being called, they did all they could to convince her that she was in the wrong, but to no purpose. She told them she would rather die than yield that point to her husband. Her father and mother spoke to her by herself, and told her that what she desired to know was of no importance to her, but that could gain nothing upon her, either by their authority or entreaties. When her children saw that nothing could prevail to bring her out of that sullen temper, they wept bitterly. The merchant himself was like a man out of his senses, and was almost ready to risk his own life to save that of his wife, whom he loved dearly. Now, my daughter, says the vizier to Scheherazade, this merchant had 50 hens, and a cock, with a dog that gave good heed to all that passed, and while the merchant was set down, as I said, and considering what he had best do, he sees the dog run towards the cock, as he was treading a hen, and heard him speak to him thus. Cock, says he, I am sure heaven will not let you live long, are you not ashamed to do that thing today? The cock, standing up on tiptoe, answers the dog fiercely, and why should I not do it today as well as other days? As you do not know, replies the dog, then I tell you that this day our master is in great perplexity. His wife would have him reveal a secret, which is of such a nature, that it will cost him his life if he doth it. Things are come to that pass, that it is to be feared he will scarcely have resolution enough to resist his wife's obstinacy. For, he loves her, and is affected with the tears that she continually sheds, and perhaps it may cost him his life. We are all alarmed at it, and you only insult our melancholy, and have the imprudence to divert yourself with your hens. The cock answered the dog's reproof thus, What? Has our master so little sense? He has but one wife, and cannot govern her, and though I have 50, I make them all do what I please. Let him make use of his reason, he will speedily find a way to rid himself of his trouble. How, says the dog, what would you have him to do? Let him go into the room where his wife is, says the cock, lock the door, and take a good stick, and thrash her well. And I will answer for it that that will bring her to her right wits, and make her forbear to ask him any more what he ought not to tell her. The merchant had no sooner heard what the cock said than he took up a good stick, went to his wife, whom he found still a-crying, and, shutting the door, belaboured her so soundly, that she cried out, "It is enough, husband, it is enough, let me alone, and I will never ask the question more." Upon this, perceiving that she repented of her impertinent curiosity, he forbore drubbing her, and, opening the door, her friends came in, were glad to find her cured of her obstinacy, and complimented her husband upon this happy expedient to bring his wife to reason. "Daughter," adds the Grand Vizier, "you deserve to be treated as the merchant treated his wife." "Father," replies Scheherazade, "I beg you will not take it ill that I persist in my opinion. I am nothing moved by the story of that woman. I can tell you abundance of others to persuade you that you ought not to oppose my design. Besides, pardon me for declaring to you that your opposing me would be in vain, for if your paternal affection should hinder you to grant my request, I would go and offer myself to the Sultan." In short, the father, being overcome by the resolution of his daughter, yielded to her importunity, and though he was very much grieved that he could not divert her from such a fatal resolution, he went that minute to acquaint the Sultan that next night he would bring him Scheherazade. The Sultan was much surprised at the sacrifice which the Grand Vizier made to him. "How could you resolve," says he, "to bring me your own daughter?" "Sir," answers the Vizier, "it is her own offer. The sad destiny that attends it could not scare her, she prefers the honor of being your Majesty's wife for one night to her life. But do not mistake yourself, Vizier," says the Sultan. "Tomorrow, when I put Scheherazade into your hands, I expect you shall take away her life, and, if you fail, I swear that yourself shall die." "Sir," rejoins the Vizier, "my heart, without doubt will be full of grief to execute your commands, but it is to no purpose for nature to murmur. Though I be her father, I will answer for the fidelity of my hand to obey your order." Shahryar accepted his minister's offer, and told him he might bring his daughter when he pleased. The Grand Vizier went with the news to Scheherazade, who received it with as much joy as if it had been the most agreeable thing in the world. She thanked her father for having obliged her in so sensible a manner, and, perceiving that he was overwhelmed with grief, she told him, in order to his consolation, that she hoped he would never repent his having married her to the Sultan, but that, on the contrary, he should have cause to rejoice at it all his days. All her business was to put herself in a condition to appear before the Sultan, but, before she went, she took her sister Dinarzade apart, and says to her, "My dear sister, I have need of your help in a matter of very great importance, and must pray you not to deny it me. My father is going to carry me to the Sultan to be his wife. Do not let this frighten you, but hear me with patience. As soon as I come to the Sultan, I will pray him to allow you to lie in the bride chamber, that I may enjoy your company this one night more. If I obtain that favor, as I hope to do, remember to awake me tomorrow an hour before day, and to address me in these or some such words, my sister, if you be not asleep, I pray you, that till day break, which will be very speedily, you would tell me one of the fine stories of which you have read so many. Immediately I will tell you one, and I hope by this means to deliver the city from the consternation they are under at present." Dinarzade answered, that she would obey with pleasure what she required of her. The time of going to bed being come, the Grand Vizier conducted Scheherazade to the palace, and retired, after having introduced her into the Sultan's apartment. As soon as the Sultan was left alone with her, he ordered her to uncover her face, and found it so beautiful, that he was perfectly charmed with her, and, perceiving her to be in tears, asked her the reason. Sir, answered Scheherazade, I have a sister, who loves me tenderly, as I do her, and I could wish that she might be allowed to be all night in this chamber, that I might see her, and bid her once more adieu. Will you be pleased to allow me the comfort of giving her this last testimony of my friendship? Shahryar having consented to it, Dinarzade was sent for, who came with all possible diligence. The Sultan went to bed with Scheherazade upon an alcove raised very high, according to the custom of the monarchs of the East, and Dinarzade lay in a bed that was prepared for her, near the foot of the alcove. An hour before day, Dinarzade, being awake, failed not to do as her sister ordered her. My dear sister, cries she, if you be not asleep, I pray, until day break, which will be in a very little time, that you will tell me one of those pleasant stories you have read. Alas! This may perhaps be the last time that ever I shall have that satisfaction. Scheherazade, instead of answering her sister, addressed herself to the Sultan thus, Sir, will your Majesty be pleased to allow me to give my sister this satisfaction? With all my heart, answers the Sultan. Then Scheherazade bid her sister listen, and afterwards, addressing herself to Shahryar, began thus. The first night. The merchant and the genie. Sir, there was formerly a merchant, who had a great estate in lands, goods, and money. He had abundance of deputies, factors, and slaves. He was obliged from time to time to take journeys and talk with his correspondents, and one day being under the necessity of going a long journey about an affair of importance, he took horse, and put a portmanteau behind him, with some biscuits and dates, because he had a great desert to pass over, where he could have no manner of provisions. He arrived without any accident at the end of his journey, and, having dispatched his affairs, took horse again in order to return home. The fourth day of his journey, he was so much incommoded by the heat of the sun, and the reflection of that heat from the earth, that he turned out of the road to refresh himself under some trees that he saw in the country. There he found, at the foot of a great walnut tree, a fountain of very clear running water, and, alighting, tied his horse to a branch of the tree, and sitting down by the fountain, took some biscuits and dates out of his portmanteau, and, as he ate his dates, threw the shells about on both sides of him. When he had done eating, being a good Mussulman, he washed his hands, his face, and his feet, and said his prayers. He had not made an end, but was still on his knees, when he saw a genie appear, all white with age, and of a monstrous bulk, who, advancing towards him, with a scimitar in his hand, spoke to him in a terrible voice thus, Rise up, that I may kill thee with this scimitar, as you have killed my son, and accompanied those words with a frightful cry. The merchant, being as much frightened at the hideous shape of the monster as at these threatening words, answered him trembling, Alas! My good Lord, of what crime can I be guilty towards you, that you should take away my life? I will, replies the genie, kill thee, as thou hast killed my son. O heaven! Says the merchant, how should I kill your son? I did not know him, nor ever saw him. Did not you Sit down when you came hither, replies the genie. Did not you take dates out of your portmanteau, and, as you ate them, did not you throw the shells about on both sides? I did all that you say. Answers the merchant, I cannot deny it. If it be so, replies the genie, I tell thee that thou hast killed my son, and the way was thus, when you threw your nut shells about, my son was passing by, and you threw one of them into his eye, which killed him. Therefore I must kill thee. Ah! My lord, pardon me, cried the merchant. No pardon, answers the genie, no mercy. Is it not just to kill him that has killed another? I agree to it, says the merchant, but certainly I never killed your son, and if I have, it was unknown to me, and I did it innocently, therefore I beg you to pardon me, and suffer me to live. No, no, says the genie. Persisting in his resolution, I must kill thee, since thou hast killed my son, and then taking the merchant by the arm, threw him with his face upon the ground, and lifted up his scimitar to cut off his head. The merchant, all in tears, protested he was innocent, bewailed his wife and children, and spoke to the genie in the most moving expressions that could be uttered. The genie, with his scimitar still lifted up, had so much patience as to hear the wretch make an end of his lamentations, but would not relent. All this whining, says the monster, is to no purpose, though you should shed tears of blood, that shall not hinder me to kill thee, as thou killedst my son. Why? Replied the merchant, can nothing prevail with you? Will you absolutely take away the life of a poor innocent? Yes, replied the genie, I am resolved upon it. As Scheherazade had spoken these words, perceiving it was day, and knowing that the Sultan rose betimes in the morning to say his prayers, and hold his counsel, Scheherazade held her peace. Lord, sister, says Dinarzade, what a wonderful story is this! The remainder of it, says Scheherazade, is more surprising, and you will be of my mind, if the Sultan will let me live this day, and permit me to tell it you next night. Shahryar, who had listened to Scheherazade with pleasure, says to himself, I will stay till tomorrow, for I can at any time put her to death, when she has ended the story. So having resolved not to take away Scheherazade's life that day, he rose and went to prayers, and then called his council. All this while the Grand Vizier was terribly uneasy. Instead of sleeping, he spent the night in sighs and groans, bewailing the lot of his daughter, of whom he believed that he himself should be the executioner, and as, in this melancholy prospect, he was afraid of seeing the Sultan, he was agreeably surprised when he saw the prince enter the council chamber, without giving him the fatal orders he expected. The Sultan, according to his custom, spent the day in regulating his affairs, and when night came, he went to bed with Scheherazade. Next morning, before day, Dinarzade failed not to address herself to her sister thus, My dear sister, if you be not asleep, I pray you, till day break, which will be in a very little time, to go on with the story you began last night. The Sultan, without staying till Scheherazade asked him leave, bid her make an end of the story of the genie and the merchant, for I long to hear the issue of it, upon which Scheherazade spoke, and continued the story as follows. The second night, when the merchant saw that the genie was going to cut off his head, he cried out aloud, and said to him, For heaven's sake hold your hand. Allow me one word, be so good as to grant me some respite, allow me but time to bid my wife and children adieu, and to divide my estate among them by will, that they may not go to law with one another after my death, and when I have done so, I will come back to the same place, and submit to whatever you shall please to order concerning me. But, says the genie, if I grant you the time you demand, I doubt you will never return. If you will believe my oath, answers the merchant, I swear, by all Tnat is sacred, that I will come and meet you here without fail. What time do you demand then, replies the genie. I ask a year. Says the merchant, I cannot have less to order my affairs, and prepare myself to die without regret. But I promise you that this day 12 months I will return under these trees, to put myself into your hands. Do you take heaven to be witness to this promise, says the genie. I do, answers the merchant, and repeat it, and you may rely upon my oath. Upon this the genie left him near the fountain, and disappeared. The merchant, being recovered from his fright, mounted his horse and set forward on his journey, and as he was glad, on the one hand, that he had escaped so great a danger, so he was mortally sorry, on the other, when he thought on his fatal oath. When he came home, his wife and children received him with all the demonstrations of perfect joy. But he, instead of making them answerable returns, fell a weeping bitterly, from whence they readily conjectured that something extraordinary had befallen him. His wife asked the reason of his excessive grief and tears. We are all overjoyed, says she, at your return, but you frighten us to see you in this condition. Pray tell us the cause of your sorrow. Alas! Replies the husband, the cause of it is, that I have but a year to live, and then told what had passed betwixt him and the genie, and that he had given his oath to return at the end of the year to receive death from his hands. When they had heard these sad news, they all began to lament heavily. His wife made a pitiful outcry, beat her face, and tore her hairs. The children, being all in tears, made the house resound with their groans, and the father, not being able to overcome nature, mixed his tears with theirs, so that, in a word, it was the most affecting spectacle that any man could behold. Next morning, the merchant applied himself to put his affairs in order, and, first of all, to pay his debts. He made presents to his friends, gave great alms to the poor, set his slaves of both sexes at liberty, divided his estate among his children, appointed guardians for such of them as were not come of age, and, restoring to his wife all that was due to her by contract of marriage, he gave her, over and above, all that he could do by law. At last the year expired, and go he must. He put his burial clothes in his portmanteau, but never was there such grief seen, as when he came to bid his wife and children adieu. They could not think of parting, but resolved to go along and to die with him, but, finding that he must be forced to part from those dear objects, he spoke to them thus, My dear wife and children, says he, I obey the order of heaven in quitting you, follow my example, submit courageously to this necessity, and consider that it is the destiny of man to die. Having said these words, he went out of the hearing of the cries of his family, and, taking his journey, arrived at the place where he promised to meet the genie, on the day appointed. He alighted, and setting himself down by the fountain, waited the coming of the genie with all the sorrow imaginable. Whilst he languished in this cruel expectation, a good old man, leading a bitch, appeared, and drew near him. They saluted one another, after which the old man says to him, "Brother, may I ask you why you are come into this desert place, where there is nothing but evil spirits, and by consequence you cannot be safe to look upon these fine trees? Indeed, one would think the place inhabited, but if as a true wilderness where it is not safe to stay long." The merchant satisfied his curiosity, and told him the adventure, which obliged him to be there. The old man listened to him with astonishment, and when he had done, cried out, "This is the most surprising thing in the world, and you are bound by the most inviolable oath. However, I will be witness of your interview with the genie," and sitting down by the merchant, they talked together. "But I see day," says Scheherazade, "and must leave off. But the best of the story is yet to come." The Sultan, resolving to hear the end of it, suffered her to live that day also. The third night. Next morning Dinarzade made the same request to her sister as formerly, thus, "My dear sister," says she, "if you be not asleep, tell me one of those pleasant stories you have read." But the Sultan, willing to understand what followed betwixt the merchant and the genie, bid her go on with that, which she did as follows. "Sir, while the merchant and the old man that led the bitch were talking, they saw another old man coming to them, followed by two black dogs. After they had saluted one another, he asked them what they did in that place. The old man with the bitch told him the adventure of the merchant and genie, with all that had passed betwixt them, particularly the merchant's oath. He added, that this was the day agreed on, and that he was resolved to stay and see the issue. The second old man, thinking it also worth his curiosity, resolved to do the like. He likewise sat down by them, and they had scarcely begun to talk together, when there came a third old man, who, addressing himself to the two former, asked why the merchant that sat with them looked so melancholy. They told him the reason of it, which appeared so extraordinary to him, that he also resolved to be witness to the result, and for that end sat down with them. In a little time they perceived in the field a thick vapor, like a cloud of dust rising by a whirlwind, advancing towards them, which vanished all of a sudden, and then the genie appeared, who, without saluting them, came up to the merchant with his drawn scimitar, and taking him by the arm, says, "Get thee up, that I may kill thee as thou didst kill my son." The merchant and the three old men, being frightened, began to lament, and to fill the air with their cries. Here Scheherazade, perceiving day, left off her story, which did so much whet the Sultan's curiosity, that he was absolutely resolved to hear the end of it, and put off the Sultaness's execution till next day. Nobody can express the Grand Vizier's joy, when he perceived that the Sultan did not order him to kill Scheherazade, his family, the court, and all the people in general, were astonished at it. The fourth night. Towards the end of the following night Dinarzade failed not to awake the Sultaness. "MB dear sister," says she, "if you be not asleep, pray tell me one of your fine stories." Then Scheherazade, with the Sultan's permission, spoke as follows. "Sir, when the old man that led the bitch saw the genie lay hold of the merchant, and about to kill him without pity, he threw himself at the feet of the monster, and kissing them, says to him, Prince of Genies, I most humbly request you to suspend your anger, and do me the favor to hear me. I will tell you the history of my life, and of the bitch you see, and if you think it more wonderful and surprising than the adventure of the merchant you are going to kill, I hope you will pardon the poor unfortunate man the third of his crime. The genie took some time to consult upon it, but answered at last, well, then, I agree to it. The history of the first old man and the bitch. I shall begin then, says the old man, listen to me I pray you with attention. This bitch you see is my cousin, nay, what is more, my wife. She was only 12 years of age when I married her, so that I may justly say, she ought as much to regard me as her father, as her kinsman and husband. We lived together 20 years without any children, yet her barrenness did not hinder my haying a great deal of complaisance and friendship for her. The desire of having children only made me to buy a slave, by whom I had a son, who was extremely promising. My wife, being jealous, conceived a hatred both for mother and child, but concealed it so well, that I did not know it till it was too late. Meantime my son grew up, and was 10 years old, when I was obliged to undertake a journey. Before I went, I recommended to my wife, of whom I had no mistrust, the slave and her son, and prayed her to take care of them during my absence, which was for a whole year. She made use of that time to satisfy her hatred. She applied herself to magic, and when she knew enough of that diabolical art to execute her horrible contrivance, the wretch carried my son to a desolate place, where, by her enchantments, she changed my son into a calf, and gave him to my farmer to fatten, pretending she had bought him. Her fury did not stop at this abominable action, but she likewise changed the slave into a cow, and gave her also to the farmer. At my return, I asked for the mother and child. Your slave, says she, is dead, and for your son, I know not what is become of him. I have not seen him these 2 months. I was troubled at the death of my slave, but my son having also disappeared, as she told me, I was in hopes he would return in a little time. However, 8 months passed, and I heard nothing of him. When the festival of the Great Barum happened, to celebrate the same, I sent to my farmer for one of the fattest cows to sacrifice, and he sent me one accordingly. The cow which he brought me was my slave, the unfortunate mother of my son. I tied her, but as I was going to sacrifice her, she bellowed pitifully, and I could perceive streams of tears run from her eyes. This seemed to me very extraordinary, and finding myself, in spite of all I could do, seized with pity, I could not find in my heart to give her the blow, but ordered my farmer to get me another. My wife, who was present, was enraged at my compassion, and opposing herself to an order which disappointed her malice, she cries out, What do you do, husband? Sacrifice that cow. Your farmer has not a finer, nor one fitter for that use. Out of complaisance to my wife, I came again to the cow, and combating my pity, which suspended the sacrifice, was going to give her the fatal blow, when the victim, redoubling her tears, and bellowing, disarmed me a second time. Then I put the mel into the farmer's hands, and bade him sacrifice her himself, for her tears and bellowing pierced my heart. The farmer, less compassionate than I, sacrificed her, and when he fleed her, found her nothing but bones, though to us she seemed very fat. Take her to yourself, says I to the farmer, I quit her to you, give her an alms, or which way you will, and if you have a very fat calf, bring me it in her stead. I did not inform myself what he did with the cow, but, soon after he took her away, he came with a very fat calf. Though I knew not that the calf was my son, yet I could not forbear being moved at the sight of him. On his part, as soon as he saw me, he made so great an effort to come to me, that he broke his cord, threw himself at my feet, with his head against the ground, as if he would excite my compassion, conjuring me not to be so cruel as to take his life, and did as much as was possible for him to do, to signify that he was my son. I was more surprised and affected with this action than with the tears of the cow. I found a tender pity, which made me concern myself for him, or rather nature did its duty. Go, says I to the farmer, carry home that calf, take great care of him, and bring me another in his stead immediately. As soon as my wife heard me say so, she immediately cried out, "What do you do, husband? Take my advice, sacrifice no other calf." "But that wife," said I will not sacrifice him, I will spare him, and pray do not you oppose it. The wicked woman had no regard to my desire, she hated my son too much to consent that I should save him. I tied the poor creature, and taking up the fatal knife. Here Scheherazade stopped, because she perceived daylight. Then Dinarzade said, "Sister, I am enchanted with this story, which bespeaks my attention so agreeably. If the Sultan will suffer me to live today," answers Scheherazade, "what I have to tell you tomorrow will divert you abundantly more." Shahryar, curious to know what would become of the old man's son, who led the bitch, told the Sultaness he would be very glad to hear the end of that story next night. The fifth night. When day began to draw near, Dinarzade put her sister's orders in execution very exactly, who, being awaked, prayed the Sultan to allow her to give Dinarzade that satisfaction, which the prince, who took so much pleasure in the story himself, readily agreed to. "Sir, then," says Scheherazade, "the first old man, who led the bitch," continuing his story to the genie, "the two other old men, and the merchant, proceeded thus: I took the knife," says he, "and was going to strike it into my son's throat, when, turning his eyes, bathed with tears, in a languishing manner towards me, he affected me so, that I had not strength to sacrifice him, but let the knife fall, and told my wife positively that I would have another calf to sacrifice, and not that. She used all endeavors to make me change my resolution, but I continued firm, and pacified her a little, by promising that I would sacrifice him against the Bairam next year. Next morning, my farmer desired to speak with me alone, and told me, "I come," says he, "to tell you a piece of news, for which, I hope, you will return me thanks. I have a daughter that has some skill in magic. Yesterday, as I carried back the calf which you would not sacrifice, I perceived she laughed when she saw him, and in a moment after fell a weeping. I asked her why she acted two such contrary parts at one and the same time. 'Father,' replies she, 'the calf you bring back is our landlord's son.' I laughed for joy to see him still alive, and I wept at the remembrance of the former sacrifice that was made the other day of his mother, who was changed into a cow. These two metamorphoses were made by the enchantments of our master's wife, who hated the mother and son. And this is what my daughter told me, said the farmer, and I come to acquaint you with it. At these words, the old man adds, I leave you to think, my lord genie, how much I was surprised. I went immediately to my farmer to speak with his daughter myself. As soon as I came, I went forthwith to the stall where my son was. He could not answer my embraces, but received them in such a manner as fully satisfied me he was my son. The farmer's daughter came. My good maid, says I, can you restore my son to his former shape? Yes, says she, I can. Ah, said I, if you can, I will make you mistress of my fortune. She replied to me, smiling, you are our master, and know very well what I owe to you, but cannot restore your son into his former shape, but on two conditions. The first is, that you give him me for my husband, and the second is, that you allow me to punish the person who changed him into a calf. For the first, said I agree to it with all my heart. Nay, I promise you more, a considerable estate for yourself, independent of what I designed for my son. In a word, you shall see how I will reward the great service I expect from you. As to what relates to my wife, I also agree to it. A person that has been capable of committing such a criminal action deserves very well to be punished. I leave her to you, only I must pray you not to take her life. I am just going then, answers she, to treat her as she has treated my son. I agree to it, said I, provided you restore my son to me beforehand. Then the maid took a vessel full of water, pronounced words over it that I did not understand, and addressing herself to the calf. O calf, says she, if thou wast created by the Almighty and sovereign master of the world, such as you appear at this time, continue in that form, but, if thou art a man, and changed into a calf by enchantment, return to thy natural shape by the permission of the sovereign Creator. As she spoke these words, she threw water upon him, and in an instant he recovered his first shape. My son, my dear son, cried I, immediately embracing him with such a transport of joy that I knew not what I was doing. It is heaven that has sent us this young maid to take off the horrible charm by which you were enchanted, and to avenge the injury done to you and your mother. I doubt not but, in acknowledgment, you will take your deliverer to wife, as I have promised. He consented to it with joy, but, before they were married, she changed my wife into a bitch, and this is she you see here. I desired she should have this shape, rather than another less agreeable, that we might see her in the family without horror. Since that time my son has become a widower, and gone to travel. And it being several years since I heard of him, I am come abroad to inquire after him, and not being willing to trust anybody with my wife while I should come home, I thought it fit to carry her everywhere with me. This is the history of myself and this bitch. Is it not one of the most wonderful and surprising that can be? I agree it is, says the genie, and, upon that account, I forgive the merchant the third of his crime. When the first old man, sir, continued the sultaness, had finished his story, the second, who led the two black dogs addressed himself to the genie, and says to him, I am going to tell you what happened to me and these two black dogs you see by me, and I am certain you will say that my story is yet more surprising than that which you have just now heard, but when I have told it you, I hope you will be pleased to pardon the merchant the second third of his crime. Yes, replies the genie, provided your story surpass that of the bitch. Then the second began in this manner. But as Scheherazade pronounced these words, she saw it was day, and left off speaking. O heaven! Sister, says Dinarzade, these adventures are very singular. Sister, replies the Sultaness, they are not comparable to those which I have to tell you next night, if the Sultan, my lord and master, be so good as to let me live. Shahryar answered, nothing to that, but rose up, said his prayers, and went to council, without giving any order against the life of the Scheherazade. The sixth night. The sixth night being come, the Sultan and his lady went to bed. Dinarzade awaked at the usual hour, and calling to the Sultaness, says, Dear sister, if you be not asleep, I pray you, until it be day, to satisfy my curiosity, I am impatient to hear the story of the old man and the two black dogs. The Sultan consented to it with pleasure, being no less desirous to know the story than Dinarzade, and Scheherazade continued it as follows. The story of the second old man and the two black dogs. Great Prince of Genies, says the old man, you must know that we are three brothers, I and the two black dogs you see, our father left each of us, when he died, 1,000 sequins, with that sum we all entered into the same way of living, and became merchants. A little time after we had opened shop, my eldest brother, one of these two dogs, resolved to travel and trade in foreign countries. Upon this design, he sold his estate, and bought goods proper for the trade he intended. He went away, and was absent a whole year, at the end of which, a poor man, who, I thought, had come to ask alms, presented himself before me in my shop. I said to him, God help you. God help you. Also, answered he, is it possible you do not know me? Upon this, I looked to him narrowly, and knew him. Ah, my brother! Cried I, embracing him, how could I know you in this condition? I made him come into my house, and asked him concerning his health, and the success of his travels. Do not ask me that question, says he. When you see me, you see all. It would only renew my grief to tell you all the particulars of the misfortunes that have befallen me, and reduced me to this condition, since I left you. I immediately shut up my shop, and, carrying him to a bath, gave him the best clothes I had by me, and examining my books, and finding that I had doubled my stock, that is to say, that I was worth 2,000 sequins, I gave him 1/2. With that said, I, brother, you may make up your loss. He joyfully accepted the proffer, recovered himself, and we lived together as before. Some time after, my second brother, who is the other of these two dogs, would also sell his estate. I and his other brother did all we could to divert him from it, but could not. He sold it, and with the money bought such goods as were suitable for the trade he designed. He joined a caravan, and took a journey. He returned at the end of the year in the same condition as my other brother. And I, having gained another 1,000 sequins, gave him them, with which he furnished his shop, and continued to follow his trade. Some time after, one of my brothers comes to me to propose a trading voyage with them. I immediately rejected their proposal. "You have traveled," said I, "and what have you gained by it? Who can assure me that I shall be more successful than you have been?" They represented to me in vain all that they thought fit to prevail upon me to engage in that design with them, for I constantly refused, but they importuned me so much, that after having resisted their solicitations 5 whole years, they overcame me at last. But when we were to make preparations for our voyage, and to buy goods necessary for the undertaking, I found they had spent all, and that they had not 1 farthing left. Of the 1,000 sequins I had given each of them, I did not, however, upbraid them in the least with it. On the contrary, my stock being 6,000 sequins, I shared the half of it with them, telling them, "My brothers, we must venture these 3,000 sequins, and hide the rest in some sure place, that, in case our voyage be no more successful than yours was formerly, we may have wherewith to assist us, and to follow our ancient way of living." I gave each of them 1,000 sequins, and keeping as much for myself, I buried the other 3,000 in a corner of my house. We bought our goods, and, after having embarked them on board a vessel, which we freighted betwixt us 3, we put to sea with a favorable wind. After a month's sail but I see day. Says Scheherazade, "I must stop here." "Sister," says Dinarzade, "this story promises a great deal, I fancy. The rest of it must be very extraordinary." "You are not mistaken," answered the Sultaness, "and if the Sultan will allow me to tell it you, I am persuaded it will very much divert you." Shahryar got up, as he did the day before, without explaining his mind, but gave no order to the Grand Vizier to kill his daughter. The 7th night. When the 7th night drew near a close, Dinarzade awaked the Sultaness, and prayed her to continue the story of the second old man. "I will," answered Scheherazade, "provided the Sultan, my lord and master, do not oppose it." "Not at all," says Shahryar, "I am so far from opposing it, that I desire you earnestly to go on with it. To resume the thread of the story," says Scheherazade, "you must know that the old man, who led the 2 dogs, continued his story to the genie, the other 2 old men, and the merchant, thus, in short, says he, after 2 months' sail, we arrived happily at a port, where we landed, and had a very great vent for our goods. I especially sold mine so well, that I gained 10 to 1, and we bought commodities of that country to transport and sell in our own. When we were ready to embark in order to return, I met, upon the banks of the sea, a lady handsome enough, but poorly clad. She came up to me presently, kissed my hand, prayed me, with the greatest earnestness imaginable, to marry her, and take her along with me. I made some difficulty to agree to it, but she said so many things to persuade me that I ought to make no objections to her poverty, and that I should have all the reason in the world to be satisfied with her conduct, that I yielded. I ordered fit apparel to be made for her, and, after having married her according to form, I took her on board, and we set sail. During the navigation, I found the wife I had taken had so many good qualities, that I loved her every day more and more. In the meantime my 2 brothers, who had not managed their affairs so well as I did mine, envied my prosperity, and their fury carried them so far as to conspire against my life, so that one night, when my wife and I were asleep, they threw us both into the sea. My wife was a fairy, and by consequence, genie, you know well. She could not be drowned, but for me, it is certain, I had been lost without her help. I had scarcely fallen into the water, till she took me up, and carried me to an island. When it was day, the fairy said to me, "You see, husband, that, by saving your life, I have not rewarded you ill for your kindness to me. You must know that I am a fairy, and that being upon the bank of the sea, when you were going to embark, I found I had a strong inclination for you. I had a mind to try your goodness, and presented myself before you in the disguise wherein you saw me. You have dealt very generously with me, and I am mighty glad to have found an opportunity of testifying my acknowledgment to you, but I am incensed against your two brothers, and nothing will satisfy me but their lives." I listened to this discourse of the fairy with admiration. I thanked her as well as I could for the great kindness she had done me, but, "Madam," said I, "for my brothers, I beg you to pardon them, whatever cause they have given me, I am not cruel enough to desire their death." I told her the particulars of what I had done for them, which increased her indignation so, that she cried out, "I must immediately fly after those ungrateful traitors, and take speedy vengeance on them. I will drown their vessel, and throw them into the bottom of the sea." "No, my good lady," replied I, "for the sake of heaven do not so moderate your anger, consider that they are my brothers, and that we must do good for evil." I pacified the fairy by these words, and as soon as I had spoken them, she transported me in an instant from the island where we were to the roof of my own house, which was terraced, and disappeared in a moment. I went down, opened the doors, and dug up the 3,000 sequins I had hid. I went afterwards to the place where my shop was, which I also opened, and was complimented by the merchants, my neighbors, upon my return. When I went to my house, I perceived two black dogs, which came to me in a very submissive manner. I knew not what it meant, but was much astonished at it. But the fairy, who appeared immediately, says to me, "Husband, do not be surprised to see these two black dogs by you, they are your two brothers." I was troubled at these words, and asked her by what power they were so transformed. "It was I that did it," says she, "at least I gave commission to one of my sisters to do it, who, at the same time, sunk their ship. You have lost the goods you had on board, but I will make it up to you in another way. As to your two brothers, I have condemned them to remain 5 years in that shape. Their perfidiousness too well deserves such a penance, and, in short, after having told me where I might hear of her, she disappeared. Now the 5 years being out, I am traveling in quest of her. And as I passed this way, I met this merchant, and the good old man that led the bitch, and sat down by them. This is my history. O Prince of Genies, do not you think it very extraordinary? I own it, says the genie, and, upon that account, remit the merchant the second third of the crime which he has committed against me. As soon as the second old man had finished his story, the third began, and made the like demand of the genie with the two first. That is to say, to pardon the merchant the other third of his crime, provided the story he had to tell him exceeded the two he had already heard for singular events. The genie made him the same promise as he had done the other two. Hearken then, says the old man to him. But day appears, says Scheherazade, I must stop here. I cannot enough admire, sister, says Dinarzade, the adventures you have told me. I know abundance more, answers the sultaness, that are still more wonderful. Shahryar, willing to know if the story of the third old man would be as agreeable as that of the second, put off the execution of Scheherazade till the next night. The eighth night. As soon as Dinarzade perceived it was time to call the sultaness, she says, Sister, I have been awake a long time, and have a great mind to awake you. I am so impatient to hear the story of the third old man. The Sultan answered, I can hardly think that the third story will surpass the two former ones. Sir, replies the sultaness, the third old man told his story to the genie. I cannot tell it you, because it is not come to my knowledge, but I know that it did so much exceed the two former stories in the variety of wonderful adventures that the genie was astonished at it, and no sooner heard the end of it, but he said to the third old man, I remit the other third part of the merchant's crime upon the account of your story. He is very much obliged to all three of you, for having delivered him out of this danger by your stories, without which he had not now been in the world. And, having spoken thus, he disappeared to the great contentment of the company. The merchant failed not to give his three deliverers the thanks he owed them. They rejoiced to see him out of danger, after which he bid them adieu, and each of them went on his way. The merchant returned to his wife and children, and passed the rest of his days with them in peace. But, sir, added Scheherazade, how pleasant soever these stories may be, that I have told your Majesty hitherto, they do not come near that of the fisherman. Dinarzade, perceiving that the sultaness demurred, says to her sister, since there is still some time remaining, pray tell us the story of the fisherman, if the sultan is willing. Shahryar agreed to it, and Scheherazade, resuming her discourse, pursued it in this manner. The story of the fisherman. Sir, there was a very ancient fisherman, so poor, that he could scarcely earn enough to maintain himself, his wife, and three children. He went every day to fish betimes in a morning, and imposed it as a law upon himself, not to cast his nets above 4 times a day. He went one morning by moonlight, and, coming to the sea bank, undressed himself, and cast in his nets. As he drew them towards the shore, he found them very heavy, and thought he had got a good draught of fish, at which he rejoiced within himself, but, in a moment after, perceiving that, instead of fish, there was nothing in his nets but the carcass of an ass, he was mightily vexed. Scheherazade stopped here, because she saw it was day. Sister, says Dinarzade, I must confess that the beginning of this story charms me, and I foresee that the result of it will be very agreeable. There is nothing more surprising than the story of this fisherman, replied the sultaness, and you will be convinced of it next night, if the Sultan will be so gracious as to let me live. Shahryar, being curious to hear the success of such an extraordinary fishing, would not order Scheherazade to be put to death that day. The ninth night. My dear sister, cries Dinarzade, next morning at the usual hour. If you be not asleep, I pray you to go on with the story of the fisherman. I am ready to die till I hear it. I am willing to give you that satisfaction, says the sultaness, but at the same time, she demanded leave of the sultan, and, having obtained it, began again as follows. Sir, when the fisherman, vexed to have made such a sorry draught, had mended his nets, which the carcass of the ass had broken in several places, he threw them in a second time, and when he drew them, found a great deal of resistance, which made him think he had taken abundance of fish, but he found nothing except a pannier full of gravel and slime, which grieved him extremely. "Oh, fortune!" cries he, with a lamentable tone, "do not be angry with me, nor persecute a wretch who prays thee to spare him. I came hither from my house to seek for my livelihood, and thou pronouncest death against me. I have no other trade but this to subsist by, and, notwithstanding all the care I take, I can scarcely provide what is absolutely necessary for my family. But I am in the wrong to complain of thee. Thou takest pleasure to persecute honest people, and to leave great men in obscurity, whilst thou showest favor to the wicked, and advancest those who have no virtue to recommend them." Having finished this complaint, he threw away the pannier in a fret, and washing his nets from the slime, cast them the third time, but brought up nothing except stones, shells, and mud. Nobody can express his disorder. He was within an ace of going quite mad. However, when day began to appear, he did not forget to say his prayers like a good Mussulman, and afterwards added, "This petition, Lord, you know that I cast my net only 4 times a day. I have already drawn them 3 times, without the least reward for my labor. I am only to cast them once more. I pray you to render the sea favorable to me, as you did to Moses." The fisherman, having finished this prayer, cast his nets the 4th time, and, when he thought it was time, he drew them, as formerly, with great difficulty, but, instead of fish, found nothing in them but a vessel of yellow copper, that, by its weight, seemed to be full of something, and he observed that it was shut up and sealed with lead, having the impression of a seal upon it. This rejoiced him. "I will sell it," says he, to the founder, and with the money arising from the product, buy a measure of corn. He examined the vessel on all sides, and shook it, to see if what was within made any noise, and heard nothing. This circumstance, with the impression of the seal upon the leaden cover, made him to think there was something precious in it. To try this, he took a knife, and opened it with very little labor. He presently turned the mouth downward, but nothing came out, which surprised him extremely. He set it before him, and, while he looked upon it attentively, there came out a very thick smoke which obliged him to retire 2 or 3 paces from it. This smoke mounted as high as the clouds, and extending itself along the sea, and upon the shore, formed a great mist, which, we may well imagine, did mightily astonish the fisherman. When the smoke was all out of the vessel, it reunited itself, and became a solid body, of which there was formed a genie twice as high as the greatest of giants. At the sight of a monster of such unsizable bulk, the fisherman would fain have fled, but was so frightened that he could not go 1 step. "Solomon," cried the genie immediately, "Solomon, the great prophet. Pardon, pardon, I will never more oppose your will, I will obey." All your commands. Scheherazade, perceiving it day, broke off her story. Upon which Dinarzade said, Dear sister, nobody can keep their promise better than you can keep yours. This story is certainly more surprising than the former. Sister, replies the Sultaness. There are more wonderful things yet to come, if my lord the Sultan will allow me to tell them you. Shahryar had too great a desire to hear out the story of the fisherman to deprive himself of that pleasure, and therefore put off the Sultaness's death. Another day. The 10th night. Dinarzade called her sister next night when she thought it was time, and prayed her to continue the story of the fisherman, and the Sultan being also impatient to know what concern the genie had with Solomon, Scheherazade continued her story thus. Sir, the fisherman, when he heard these words of the genie, recovered his courage, and says to him, Thou proud spirit, what is this that you talk? It is above 1800 years since the Prophet Solomon died, and we are now at the end of time. Tell me your history, and how you came to be shut up in this vessel. The genie, turning to the fisherman with a fierce look, says, You must speak to me with more civility, thou art very bold to call me a proud spirit. Very well, replies the fisherman, shall I speak to you with more civility, and call you the owl of good luck? I say, answers the genie, speak to me more civilly, before I kill thee. I have only one favor to grant thee. And what is that? Says the fisherman. It is, answers the genie, to give you your choice in what manner you wouldst have me to take thy life. But wherein have I offended you? Replies the fisherman. Is this the reward for the good service I have done you? I cannot treat you otherwise, says the genie, and that you may be convinced of it, hearken to my story. I am one of those rebellious spirits that opposed themselves to the will of heaven. All the other genies owned Solomon, the great prophet, and submitted to him. Sakkar and I were the only genies that would never be guilty of so mean a thing, and, to avenge himself, that great monarch sent Asaph, the son of Barakiah, his chief minister, to apprehend me. That was accordingly done. Asaph seized my person, and brought me by force before his master's throne. Solomon, the son of David, commanded me to quit my way of living, to acknowledge his power, and to submit myself to his commands. I bravely refused to obey, and told him, I would rather expose myself to his resentment, than swear fealty, and submit to him as he required. To punish me, he shut me up in this copper vessel. And to make sure of me that I should not break prison, he stamped himself upon this leaden cover his seal, with the great name God engraven upon it. Thus he gave the vessel to one of the genies that submitted to him, with orders to throw it into the sea, which was executed to my great sorrow. During the first 100 years' imprisonment, I swore that if one would deliver me before the 100 years expired, I would make him rich even after his death, but that century ran out, and nobody did me that good office. During the second, I made an oath that I would open all the treasures of the earth to any one that would set me at liberty, but with no better success. In the third, I promised to make my deliverer a potent monarch, to be always near him in spirit, and to grant him every day 3 demands, of what nature soever they might be. But this century ran out as well as the 2 former, and I continued in prison. At Last, being angry, or rather mad, to find myself a prisoner so long, I swore, that if afterwards any one should deliver me, I would kill him without pity, and grant him no other favor but to choose what kind of death he would die, and therefore, since you have delivered me today, I give you that choice. This discourse afflicted the poor fisherman extremely. I am very unfortunate, cries he, to come hither to do such a piece of good service to one that is so ungrateful. I beg you to consider your injustice, and revoke such an unreasonable oath. Pardon me, and heaven will pardon you. If you grant me my life, heaven will protect you from all attempts against yours. No, thy death is resolved on, says the genie, only choose how you will die. The fisherman, perceiving the genie to be resolute, was extremely grieved, not so much for himself as for his 3 children, and bewailed the misery they must be reduced to by his death. He endeavored still to appease the genie, and says, Alas! Be pleased to take pity on me in consideration of the good service I have done you. I have told thee already, replies the genie, it is for that very reason I must kill thee. That is very strange, says the fisherman. Are you resolved to reward good for evil? The proverb says, that he who does good to one who deserves it not, is always ill rewarded. I must confess I thought it was false. For in effect there can be nothing more contrary to reason, or the laws of society. Nevertheless, I find now, by cruel experience, that it is but too true. Do not let us lose time. Replies the genie, all thy reasoning shall not divert me from my purpose. Make haste, and tell me which way you choose to die. Necessity is the mother of invention. The fisherman bethought himself of a stratagem. Since I must die then, says he to the genie, I submit to the will of heaven, but, before I choose the manner of death, I conjure you by the great name which was engraven upon the seal of the prophet Solomon, the son of David, to answer me truly the question I am going to ask you. The genie, finding himself obliged to give a positive answer by this adjuration, trembled, and replied to the fisherman, Ask what thou wilt, but make haste. Day appearing, Scheherazade held her peace. Sister, says Dinarzade, it must be owned, that the more you speak, the more you surprise and satisfy. I hope the Sultan, our Lord, will not order you to be put to death till he hears out the fine story of the fisherman. The Sultan is absolute, replies Scheherazade, we must submit to his will in everything. But Shahryar, being as willing as Dinarzade to hear an end of the story, did again put off the execution of the Sultaness. The 11th night. Shahryar, and the princess his spouse, passed this night in the same manner as they had done the former, and, before break of day, Dinarzade awaked them with these words, which she addressed to the Sultaness, I pray you, sister, to resume the story of the fisherman. With all my heart, says Scheherazade, I am willing to satisfy you, with the Sultan's permission. The genie, continued she, having promised to speak the truth, the fisherman says to him, I would know if you were actually in this vessel. Dare you swear it by the name of the great God? Yes. Replied the genie, I do swear by that great name that I was, and it is a certain truth. In good faith, answered the fisherman, I cannot believe you. The vessel is not capable to hold one of your feet, and how should it be possible that your whole body could be in it? I swear to thee notwithstanding, replied the genie, that I was there just as you see me here. Is it possible that thou dost not believe me after the great oath which I have taken? Truly. Not I, said the fisherman, nor will I believe you unless you show it me. Upon which the body of the genie was dissolved, and changed itself into smoke, extending itself, as formerly, upon the seashore, and then at last, being gathered together, it began to re-enter the vessel, which he continued to do successively, by a slow and equal motion, after a smooth and exact way, till nothing was left out, and immediately a voice came forth, which said to the fisherman, well, now, incredulous fellow, I am all in the vessel, do not you believe me now? The fisherman, instead of answering the genie, took the cover of lead, and having speedily shut the vessel, genie, cries he, now it is your turn to beg my favor, and to choose which way I shall put thee to death, but not so. It is better that I should throw you into the sea, whence I took you, and then I will build a house upon the bank, where I will dwell, to give notice to all fishermen, who come to throw in their nets, to beware of such a wicked genie as thou art, who hast made an oath to kill him who shall set thee at liberty. The genie, enraged at these expressions, did all he could to get out of the vessel again, but it was not possible for him to do it, for the impression of Solomon's seal prevented him, so. Perceiving that the fisherman had got the advantage of him, he thought fit to dissemble his anger. Fisherman, says he, in a pleasant tone, take heed you do not what you say, for what I spoke before was only by way of jest, and you are to take it no otherwise. O genie, replies the fisherman, thou who wast but a moment ago the greatest of all genies, and now art the least of them, thy crafty discourse will signify nothing to thee, but to the sea thou shalt return, if thou hadst stayed in the sea so long as thou hast told me, thou mayest very well stay there till the day of judgment. I beg thee, in God's name, not to take away my life, and thou didst reject my prayers, I am obliged to treat you in the same manner. The genie omitted nothing that could prevail upon the fisherman. Open the vessel, says he, give me my liberty, I pray thee, and I promise to satisfy thee to thy own content. Thou art a mere traitor, replies the fisherman, I should deserve to lose my life. If I be such a fool as to trust thee, thou wilt not fail to treat me in the same manner as a certain Grecian king treated the physician Douban. It is a story I have a mind to tell thee. Therefore listen to it. The story of the Grecian king, and the physician Douban. There was in the country of Zuman, in Persia, a king whose subjects were originally Greeks. This king was all over leprous, and his physicians in vain endeavored his cure, and when they were at their wits' end what to prescribe him, a very able physician, called Douban, arrived at his court. This physician had learned his science in Greek, Persian, Turkish, Arabian, Latin, Syrian, and Hebrew books, and, besides that he was an expert philosopher, he fully understood the good and bad qualities of all sorts of plants and drugs. As soon as he was informed of the king's distemper, and understood that his physicians had given him over, he clad himself the best he could, and found a way to present himself to the king. Sir, says he, I know that all your majesty's physicians have not been able to cure you of the leprosy, but if you will do me the honor to Accept my service, I will engage myself to cure you without drenches or external applications. The king listened to what he said, and answered, If you are able to perform what you promise, I will enrich you and your posterity, and, besides the presents I shall make you, you shall be my chief favorite. Do you assure me, then, that you will cure me of my leprosy, without making me take any potion, or applying any external medicine? Yes, sir, replies the physician, I promise myself success, through God's assistance, and tomorrow I will make trial of it. The physician returned to his quarters, and made a mallet, hollow within, and at the handle he put in his drugs. He made also a ball in such a manner as suited his purpose, with which, next morning, he went to present himself before the king, and, falling down at his feet, kissed the very ground. Here Scheherazade, perceiving day, acquainted the Sultan with it, and held her peace. I wonder, sister, says Dinarzade, where you learned so many things. You will hear a great many others tomorrow. **045.txt, plies Scheherazade, if the Sultan, my master, will be pleased to prolong my life further. Shahryar, who longed as much as Dinarzade to hear the sequel of the story of Duban the physician, did not order the sultaness to be put to death that day. The 12th night. The 12th night was pretty far advanced, when Dinarzade called and says, Sister, you owe us the continuation of the agreeable history of the Grecian king and the physician Duban. I am very willing to pay my debt, replies Scheherazade, and resumed the story as follows. Sir, the fisherman, speaking always to the genie, whom he kept shut up in his vessel, went on thus. The physician Duban rose up, and, after a profound reverence, says to the king, he judged it meet that his majesty should take horse, and go to the place where he used to play at the mill. The king did so, and when he arrived there, the physician came to him with the mill, and says to him, Sir, exercise yourself with this mill, and strike the ball with it until you find your hands and your body in a sweat. When the medicine I have put in the handle of the mill is heated with your hand, it will penetrate your whole body, and as soon as you shall sweat, you may leave off the exercise, for then the medicine will have had its effect. As soon as you are returned to your palace, go into the bath, and cause yourself to be well washed and rubbed, then go to bed, and, when you rise tomorrow, you will find yourself cured. The king took the mill, and struck the ball, which was returned by his officers that played with him. He struck it again, and played so long, till his hand and his whole body were in a sweat. And then the medicine shut up in the handle of the mill had its operation, as the physician said. Upon this the king left off play, returned to his palace, entered the bath, and observed very exactly what his physician had prescribed him. He was very well after, and next morning, when he arose, he perceived, with as much wonder as joy, that his leprosy was cured, and his body as clean as if he had never been attacked with that distemper. As soon as he was dressed, he came into the hall of public audience, where he mounted his throne, and showed himself to his courtiers, who, longing to know the success of the new medicine, came thither betimes, and, when they saw the king perfectly cured, did all of them express a mighty joy for it. The physician Duban, entering the hall, bowed himself before the throne with his face to the ground. The king, perceiving him, called him, made him sit down by his side, showed him to the assembly, and gave him all the commendation he deserved. His Majesty did not stop here, but, as he treated all his court that day, he made him to eat at his table atone with him. At these words Scheherazade, perceiving day, broke off her story. Sister, says Dinarzade, I know not what the conclusion of this story will be, but I find the beginning very surprising. That which is to come is yet better, answered the Sultaness, and I am certain you will not deny it, if the Sultan gives me leave to make an end of it tomorrow night. Shahryar consented, and rose very well satisfied with what he had heard. The 13th night, Dinarzade, willing to keep the Sultan in ignorance of her design, cried out, as if she had started out of her sleep, "Zero, dear sister, I have had a troublesome dream, and nothing will sooner make me forget it than the remainder of the story of the Grecian king and the Dr. Douban. I conjure you, by the love you always bore me, not to defer it a moment longer. I shall not be wanting, good sister, to ease your mind, and, if my sovereign will permit me, I will go on." Shahryar, being charmed with the agreeable manner of Scheherazade's telling her story, says to her, "You will oblige me no less than Dinarzade, therefore continue." The Grecian king, says the fisherman to the genie, was not satisfied with having admitted the physician Douban to his table. But towards night, when he was about dismissing the company, he caused him to be clad in a long rich robe, like unto those which his favorites usually wore in his presence, and, besides that, he ordered him 2,000 sequins. The next day, and the day following, he was very familiar with him. In short, this prince, thinking that he could never enough acknowledge the obligations he lay under to that able physician, bestowed every day new favors upon him. But this king had a grand vizier that was avaricious, envious, and naturally capable of all sorts of mischief. He could not see, without envy, the presents that were given to the physician, whose other merits had begun to make him jealous, and therefore he resolved to lessen him in the king's esteem. To effect this, he went to the king, and told him in private that he had some advice to give him which was of the greatest concernment. The king having asked what it was, "Sir," said he, "it is very dangerous for a monarch to put confidence in a man whose fidelity he never tried. Though you heap favors upon the physician Douban, and show him all the familiarity that may be, your majesty does not know but he may be a traitor at the same time, and came on purpose to this court to kill you. From whom have you this?" answered the king, "that you dare tell it me? Consider to whom you speak, and that you advance a thing which I shall not easily believe." "Sir," replied the vizier, "I am very well informed of what I have had the honor to represent to your majesty, therefore do not let your dangerous confidence grow to a further height. If your majesty be asleep, be pleased to awake. For I do once more repeat it, that the physician Douban did not leave the heart of Greece, his country, nor come hither to settle himself at your court, but to execute that horrid design which I have just now hinted to you." "No, no, vizier," replies the king, "I am certain that this man, whom you treat as a villain and a traitor, is one of the best and most virtuous men in the world, and there is no man I love so much. You know by what medicine, or rather by what miracle, he cured me of my leprosy. If he had a design upon my life, why did he save me? He needed only to have left me to my disease, I could not have escaped, my life was already half gone. Forbear, then, to fill me with any unjust suspicions. Instead of listening to you, I tell you, that from this day forward I will give that great man a pension of 1,000 sequins per month for his life. Nay, though I did share with him all my riches and dominions, I should never pay him enough for what he has done me. I perceive it to be his virtue that raises your envy, but do not think that I will be unjustly possessed with prejudice against him. I remember too well what a vizier said to King Sinbad, his master, to prevent his putting to death the prince his son. But, sir, says Scheherazade, daylight appears, which forbids me to go further. I am very well pleased that the Grecian king, says Dinarzade, had so much firmness of spirit as to reject the false accusation of his vizier. If you commend the firmness of that prince today, says Scheherazade, you will as much condemn his weakness tomorrow, if the Sultan be pleased to allow me time to finish this story. The Sultan, being curious to hear wherein the Grecian king discovered his weakness, did further delay the death of the Sultaness. The 14th night. An hour before day, Dinarzade awaked her sister, and says to her, "You will certainly be as good as your word, madam, and tell us out the story of the fisherman. To assist your memory, I will tell you where you left off. It was where the Grecian king maintained the innocence of his physician Douban against his vizier. I remember it," says Scheherazade, "and am ready to give you satisfaction. Sir," continues she, addressing herself to Shahryar, "that which the Grecian king said about King Sinbad raised the vizier's curiosity, who says to him, 'Sir, I pray your majesty to pardon me, if I have the boldness to demand of you what the vizier of King Sinbad said to his master to divert him from cutting off the prince his son.' The Grecian king had the complacence to satisfy him, that vizier, says he, after having represented to King Sinbad that he ought to beware lest, on the accusation of a mother-in-law, he should commit an action which he might afterwards repent of, told him this story. The story of the husband and parrot. A certain man had a fair wife, whom he loved so dearly that he could scarcely allow her to be out of his sight. One day, being obliged to go abroad about urgent affairs, he came to a place where all sorts of birds were sold, and there bought a parrot, which not only spoke very well, but could also give an account of everything that was done before it. He brought it in a cage to his house, prayed his wife to put it in the chamber, and to take care of it during a journey he was obliged to undertake, and then went out. At his return, he took care to ask the parrot concerning what had passed in his absence, and the bird told him things that gave him occasion to upbraid his wife. She thought some of her slaves had betrayed her, but all of them swore they had been faithful to her, and they all agreed that it must have been the parrot that had told tales. Upon this, the wife bethought herself of a way how she might remove her husband's jealousy, and at the same time revenge herself on the parrot, which she effected thus: her husband being gone another journey, she commanded a slave, in the night time, to turn a hand mill under the parrot's cage. She ordered another to throw water, in form of rain, over the cage, and a third to Take a glass, and turn it to the right and to the left before the parrot, so as the reflections of the candle might shine on its face. The slaves spent great part of the night in doing what their mistress commanded them, and acquitted themselves very dexterously. Next night the husband returned, and examined the parrot again about what had passed during his absence. The bird answered, "Good master, the lightning, thunder, and rain did so much disturb me all night that I cannot tell how much I suffered by it." The husband, who knew that there had been neither thunder, lightning, nor rain that night, fancied that the parrot, not having told him the truth in this, might also have lied to him in the other, upon which he took it out of the cage, and threw it with so much force to the ground that he killed it. Yet afterwards he understood, by his neighbors, that the poor parrot had not lied to him when it gave him an account of his wife's base conduct, which made him repent that he had killed it. Scheherazade stopped here, because she saw it was day. "All that you tell us, sister," says Dinarzade, "is so curious, that nothing can be more agreeable. I shall be willing to divert you," answers Scheherazade, "if the Sultan, my master, will allow me time to do it." Shahryar, who took as much pleasure to hear the Sultaness as Dinarzade, rose, and went about his affairs, without ordering the vizier to cut her off. The 15th night. Dinarzade was punctual this night, as she had been the former, to awake her sister, and begged of her, as usual, to tell her a story. "I am going to do it, sister," says Scheherazade, but the Sultan interrupted her, for fear she should begin a new story, and bid her finish the discourse between the Grecian king and his vizier about his physician Douban. "Sir," says Scheherazade, "I will obey you," and went on with the story as follows. When the Grecian king, says the fisherman to the genie, had finished the story of the parrot, and you, vizier, adds he, because of the hatred you bear to the physician Douban, who never did you any hurt, you would have me cut him off, but I will take care of that, for fear I should repent it, as the husband did the killing of his parrot. The mischievous vizier was too much concerned to effect the ruin of the physician Douban to stop here. "Sir," says he, "the death of the parrot was but a trifle, and I believe his master did not mourn for him long. But why should your fear of wronging an innocent man hinder your putting this physician to death? Is it not enough that he is accused of a design against your life to authorize you to take away his, when the business in question is to secure the life of a king? Bare suspicion ought to pass for certainty, and it is better to sacrifice the innocent than to spare the guilty. But, sir, this is not an uncertain thing, the physician Douban has certainly a mind to assassinate you. It is not envy which makes me his enemy, it is only the zeal and concern I have for preserving your majesty's life, that make me give you my advice in a matter of this importance. If it be false, I deserve to be punished in the same manner as a vizier was formerly punished. What had that vizier done, says the Grecian king, to deserve punishment? I will inform your majesty of that, says the vizier, if you will be pleased to hear me. The story of the vizier that was punished. There was a king, says the vizier, who had a son that loved hunting mightily. He allowed him to divert himself that way very often, but gave orders to his grand vizier to attend him constantly, and never to lose sight of him. One hunting day, the huntsman having roused a deer, the prince, who thought the vizier followed him, pursued the game so far, and with so much earnestness, that he was left quite alone. He stopped, and finding that he had lost his way, endeavored to return the same way he came, to find out the vizier, who had not been careful enough to find him, and so wandered further. Whilst he rode up and down without keeping any road, he met by the wayside a handsome lady, who wept bitterly. He stopped his horse, asked who she was, how she came to be alone in that place, and what she wanted. "I am," says she, "daughter of an Indian king. As I was taking the air on horseback in the country, I grew sleepy, fell from my horse, who has got away, and I know not what is become of him." The young prince, taking compassion on her, asked her to get up behind him, which she willingly accepted. As they passed by the ruins of a house, the lady signified a desire to alight on some occasion. The prince stopped his horse and suffered her to alight, then he alighted himself, and went near the ruins with his horse in his hand, but you may judge how much he was surprised, when he heard the lady within it say these words, "Be glad, my children, I bring you a handsome young man, and very fat," and other voices which answered immediately, "Mama, where is he, that we may eat him presently, for we are very hungry." The prince heard enough to convince him of his danger, and then he perceived that the lady, who called herself daughter to an Indian king, was a Hogress, wife to one of those savage demons called Hogress, who live in remote places, and make use of 1,000 wiles to surprise and devour passengers, so that the prince, being thus frightened, mounted his horse as soon as he could. The pretended princess appeared that very moment, and perceiving that she had missed her prey, she cries, "Fear nothing, prince. Who are you? Whom do you seek?" "I have lost my way," replies he, "and am seeking it." "If you have lost your way," says she, "recommend yourself to God, he will deliver you out of your perplexity." Then the prince lift up his eyes towards heaven. "But, sir," says Scheherazade, "I am obliged to break off, for day appears." "I long mightily," says Dinarzade, "to know what became of that young prince. I tremble for him. I will deliver you from your uneasiness tomorrow," answers the sultaness, "if the sultan will allow me to live till then." Shahryar, willing to hear an end of this adventure, prolonged Scheherazade's life for another day. The 16th night. Dinarzade had such a mighty desire to hear out the story of the young prince, that she awaked that night sooner than ordinary, and said, "Sister, pray go on with the story you began yesterday. I am much concerned for the young prince, and ready to die for fear that he was eaten up by the Hogress and her children." Shahryar having signified that he had the same fear, the sultaness replies, "Well, sir, I will satisfy you immediately." After the counterfeit Indian princess had bid the young prince recommend himself to God, he could not believe she spoke sincerely, but thought she was sure of him, and therefore lifting up his hands to heaven, said, "Almighty Lord, cast thine eyes upon me, and deliver me from this enemy." After this prayer, the Hogress entered the ruins again, and the prince rode off with all possible haste. He happily found his way again, and arrived safe and sound at his father's court, to whom he gave a particular account of the danger he had been in through the vizier's neglect, upon which the king, being incensed against that minister, ordered him to be strangled that very moment. Sir, continues the Grecian king's vizier, to return to the physician Douban, if you do not take care, the confidence you put in him will be fatal to you. I am very well assured that he is a spy sent by your enemies to attempt your majesty's life. He has cured you, you will say, but, alas! Who can assure you of that? He has perhaps cured you only in appearance, and not radically. Who knows but the medicines he has given you may in time have pernicious effects. The Grecian king, who had naturally very little sense, was not able to discover the wicked design of his vizier, nor had he firmness enough to persist in his first opinion. This discourse staggered him. Vizier, says he, thou art in the right, he may be come on purpose to take away my life, which he may easily do by the very smell of some of his drugs. We must consider what is fit for us to do in this case. When the vizier found the king in such a temper as he would have him, sir, says he, the surest and speediest method you can take to secure your life, is to send immediately for the physician Douban, and order his head to be cut off as soon as he comes. In truth, says the king, I believe that is the way we must take to prevent his design. When he had spoken thus, he called for one of his officers, and ordered him to go for the physician, who, knowing nothing of the king's design, came to the palace in haste. Know ye, says the king, when he saw him, why I sent for you? No. Sir, answered he, I wait till your majesty be pleased to inform me. I sent for you, replied the king, to rid myself of you by taking your life. No man can express the surprise of the physician, when he heard the sentence of death pronounced against him. Sir, says he, why would your majesty take away my life? What crime have I committed? I am informed by good hands, replies the king, that you come to my court only to attempt my life, but, to prevent you, I will be sure of yours. Give the blow, says he to the executioner, who was present, and deliver me from a perfidious wretch, who came hither on purpose to assassinate me. When the physician heard this cruel order, he readily judged that the honors and presents he had received from the king had procured him enemies, and that the weak prince was imposed upon. He repented that he had cured him of his leprosy, but it was now too late. Is it thus, replies the physician, that you reward me for curing you? The king would not hearken to him, but ordered the executioner a second time to strike the fatal blow. The physician then had recourse to his prayers. Alas! Sir, cries he, prolong my days, and God will prolong yours, do not put me to death, lest God treat you in the same manner. The fisherman broke off his discourse here, to apply it to the genie. Well, genie, says he, you see that what passed then betwixt the Grecian king and his physician Douban is acted just now betwixt us. The Grecian king, continues he, instead of having regard to the prayers of the physician, who begged him for God's sake to spare him, cruelly replied to him, No, no, I must of necessity cut you off, otherwise you may take away my life with as much subtleness as you cured me. The physician, melting into tears, and bewailing himself sadly for being so ill rewarded by the king, prepared for death. The executioner bound up his eyes, tied his hands, and went to draw his scimitar. Then the courtiers, who were present, being moved with compassion, begged the king to pardon him, assuring his majesty that he was not guilty of the crime laid to his charge, and that they would answer for his innocence, but the king was inflexible, and answered them so, as they dared not to say any more of the matter. The physician being on his knees, his eyes tied up, and ready to receive the fatal blow, addressed himself once more to the king. Sir, says he, since your majesty will not revoke the sentence of death, I beg, at least, that you will give me leave to return to my house, to give orders about my burial, to bid farewell to my family, to give alms, and to bequeath my books to those who are capable of making good use of them. I have one in particular I would present to your majesty. It is a very precious book, and worthy to be laid up very carefully in your treasury. Well, replies the king, why is that book so precious as you talk of? Sir, says the physician, because it contains an infinite number of curious things, of which the chief is, that when you have cut off my head, if your majesty will give yourself the trouble to open the book at the 6th leaf, and read the 3rd line of the left page, my head will answer all the questions you ask it. The king, being curious to see such a wonderful thing, deferred his death till next day, and sent him home under a strong guard. The physician, during that time, put his affairs in order, and the report being spread, that an unheard of prodigy was to happen after his death, the viziers, emirs, officers of the guard, and in a word, the whole court, repaired next day to the hall of audience, that they might be witnesses of it. The physician Douban was soon brought in, and advanced to the foot of the throne, with a great book in his hand. There he called for a basin, upon which he laid the cover that the book was wrapped in, and presenting the book to the king, Sir, says he, take that book, if you please, and as soon as my head is cut off, order that it may be put into the basin upon the cover of the book. As soon as it is put there, the blood will stop. Then open the book, and my head will answer your questions. But, sir, says he, permit me once more to implore your majesty's clemency. For God's sake grant my request. I protest to you that I am innocent. Your prayers, answers the king, are vain, and if it were for nothing but to hear your head speak after your death, it is my will you should die. As he said this, he took the book out of the physician's hand, and ordered the executioner to do his duty. The head was so dexterously cut off, that it fell into the basin, and was no sooner laid upon the cover of the book than the blood stopped. Then, to the great surprise of the king, and all the spectators, it opened its eyes, and said, Sir, will your majesty be pleased to open the book? The king opened it, and finding that one leaf was, as it were, glued to another, that he might turn it with more ease, he put his finger to his mouth, and wet it with spittle. He did so till he came to the 6th leaf, and finding no writing on the place where he was bid to look for it, position, says he to the head, here is nothing written. Turn over some more leaves, replies the head. The king continued to turn over, putting always his finger to his mouth, until the poison, with which each leaf was imbued, came to have its effect. The prince, finding himself, all of a sudden, taken with an extraordinary fit, his eyesight failed, and he fell down at the foot of his throne in great convulsions. At these words Scheherazade, perceiving day, gave the Sultan notice of it, and forbore speaking. Dear sister, says Dinarzad, how grieved am I that you have not time to finish this story. I should be inconsolable if you lose your life today. Sister, replies the sultaness, that must be as the sultan pleases, but I hope he will be so good as to suspend my death till tomorrow. And accordingly Shahryar, far from ordering her death that day, expected next night with much impatience, so earnest was he to hear out the story of the Grecian king, and the sequel of that of the fisherman and the genie. The 17th night. Though Dinarzad was very curious to hear the rest of the story of the Grecian king, she did not awake that night so soon as usual, so that it was almost day before she called upon the sultaness, and then said, I pray you, sister, to continue the wonderful story of the Greek king, but make haste, I beseech you, for it will speedily be day. Scheherazade resumed the story where she left off the day before. Sir, says she to the Sultan, when the physician Duban, or rather his head, saw that the poison had taken effect, and that the king had but a few moments to live tyrant, it cried, now you see how princes are treated, who, abusing their authority, cut off innocent men. God punishes, soon or late, their injustice and cruelty. Scarcely had the head spoken these words, when the king fell down dead, and the head itself lost what life it had. Sir, continues Scheherazade, such was the end of the Grecian king, and the physician Duban. I must return now to the story of the fisherman and the genie, but it is not worth while to begin it now, for it is day. The Sultan, who always observed his hours regularly, could stay no longer, but got up, and having a mind to hear the sequel of the story of the genie and the fisherman, he bid the sultaness prepare to tell it him next night. The 18th night. Dinarzad made amends this night for last night's neglect. She awaked long before day, and calling upon Scheherazade, sister, says she, if you be not asleep, pray give us the rest of the story of the fisherman and the genie. You know the Sultan desires to hear it as well as I. I shall soon satisfy his curiosity and yours, answers the sultaness, and then, addressing herself to Shahryar, Sir, continued she, as soon as the fisherman had concluded the history of the Greek king and his physician Duban, he made the application to the genie, whom he still kept shut up in the vessel. If the Grecian king, says he, would have suffered him to live, but he rejected his most humble prayers, and it is the same with thee, O genie. Could I have prevailed with thee to grant me the favor I demanded, I should now have had pity upon thee, but since, notwithstanding the extreme obligation thou wast under to me for having set thee at liberty, thou didst persist in thy design to kill me, I am obliged in my turn to be as hard-hearted to thee. My good friend fisherman, replies the genie, I conjure thee once more not to be guilty of so cruel a thing. Consider that it is not good to avenge one's self, and that, on the other hand, it is commendable to do good for evil. Do not treat me as Amama treated Ateka formerly. And what did Amama to Ateka, replies the fisherman. Ho! Says the genie, if you have a mind to know it. Open the vessel. Do you think that I can be in a humor to tell stories in so strait a prison? I will tell you as many as you please when you let me out. No, says the fisherman, I will not let thee out. It is in vain to talk of it, I am just going to throw you into the bottom of the sea. Hear me one word more. Cries the genie, I promise to do thee no hurt, nay, so far from that, I will show thee a way how thou mayest become exceeding rich. The hope of delivering himself from poverty prevailed with the fisherman. I could listen to thee, says he, were there any credit to be given to thy word. Swear to me by the great name of God that you will faithfully perform what you promise, and I will open the vessel. I do not believe you will dare to break such an oath. The genie swore to him, and the fisherman immediately took off the covering of the vessel. At that very instant the smoke came out, and the genie, having resumed his form as before, the first thing he did was to kick the vessel into the sea. This action frightened the fisherman. Genie, says he, what is the meaning of that? Will not you keep the oath you made just now? And must I say to you as the physician Douban said to the Grecian king, suffer me to live, and God will prolong your days. The genie laughed at the fisherman's fear, and answered, no. Fisherman, be not afraid, I only did it to divert myself, and to see if thou wouldst be alarmed at it, but to persuade thee that I am in earnest. Take thy net and follow me. As he spoke these words, he walked before the fisherman, who, having taken up his nets, followed him, but with some distrust. They passed by the town, and came to the top of a mountain, from whence they descended into a vast plain, which brought them to a great pond that lay betwixt 4 hills. When they came to the side of the pond, the genie says to the fisherman, cast in thy nets, and take fish. The fisherman did not doubt to catch some, because he saw a great number in the pond. But he was extremely surprised when he found they were of 4 colors, that is to say, white, red, blue, and yellow. He threw in his nets, and brought out one of each color. Having never seen the like, he could not but admire them, and, judging that he might get a considerable sum for them, he was very joyful. Carry these fish, says the genie to him, and present them to the Sultan. He will give you more money for them than ever you had in your life. You may come every day to fish in this pond, and I give thee warning not to throw in thy nets above once a day. Otherwise you will repent it. Take heed, and remember my advice. If you follow it exactly, you will find your account in it. Having spoken thus, he struck his foot upon the ground, which opened, and shut again after it had swallowed up the genie. The fisherman, being resolved to follow the genie's advice exactly, forbore casting in his nets a second time, but returned to the town very well satisfied with his fish, and making 1,000 reflections upon his adventure. He went straight to the Sultan's palace to present him his fish. But, sir, says Scheherazade, I perceive day, and must stop here. Dear sister, says Dinarzade, how surprising are the last events you have told us. I have much ado to believe that anything you have to say can be more surprising. Sister, replies the Sultaness, if the Sultan, my master, will let me live till tomorrow, I am persuaded you will find the sequel of the history of the fisherman more wonderful than the beginning of it, and incomparably more diverting. Shahryar, being curious to know if the remainder of the story of the fisherman would be such as the Sultaness said, put off the execution of the cruel law one day more. The 19th night. Towards morning, Dinarzade called the Sultaness, and said, Dear sister, my pendulum tells me it will be day speedily, therefore Pray continue the history of the fisherman. I am extremely impatient to know what the issue of it was. Scheherazade, having demanded leave of Shahryar, resumed her discourse as follows. Sir, I leave it to your majesty to think how much the Sultan was surprised when he saw the 4 fishes which the fisherman presented him. He took them up one after another, and beheld them with attention, and after having admired them a long time, take these fishes, says he to his prime vizier, and carry them to the fine cook maid that the emperor of the Greeks has sent me. I cannot imagine but they must be as good as they are fine. The vizier carried them himself to the cook, and, delivering them into her hands, look ye, says he, there are 4 fishes newly brought to the Sultan, he orders you to dress them, and, having said so, he returned to the Sultan his master, who ordered him to give the fisherman 400 pieces of gold of the coin of that country, which he did accordingly. The fisherman, who had never seen so much cash in his lifetime, could scarcely believe his own good fortune, but thought it must needs be a dream, until he found it to be real, when he provided necessaries for his family with it. But, sir, says Scheherazade, having told you what happened to the fisherman, I must acquaint you next with what befell the Sultan's cook maid, whom we shall find in a mighty perplexity. As soon as she had gutted the fishes, she put them upon the fire in a frying pan with oil, and when she thought them fried enough on one side, she turned them upon the other, but, O monstrous prodigy! Scarcely were they turned, when the wall of the kitchen opened, and in comes a young lady of wonderful beauty and comely size. She was clad in flowered satin, after the Egyptian manner, with pendants in her ears, necklace of large pearl, and bracelets of gold, garnished with rubies, with a rod of myrtle in her hand. She came towards the frying pan, to the great amazement of the cook maid, who continued immovable at this sight, and, striking one of the fishes with the end of the rod, says, Fish, fish, art thou in thy duty? The fish having answered nothing, she repeated these words, and then the 4 fishes lift up their heads altogether, and said to her, Yes, yes, if you reckon, we reckon. If you pay your debts, we pay ours, if you fly, we overcome, and are content. As soon as they had finished these words, the lady overturned the frying pan, and entered again into the open part of the wall, which shut immediately, and became as it was before. The cook maid was mightily frightened at this, and, coming a little to herself, went to take up the fishes that fell upon the earth, but found them blacker than coal, and not fit to be carried to the Sultan. She was grievously troubled at it, and fell a weeping most bitterly. Alas! Says she, what will become of me? If I tell the Sultan what I have seen, I am sure he will not believe me, but will be mightily enraged against me. Whilst she was thus bewailing herself, in comes the Grand Vizier, and asked her if the fishes were ready. She told him all that had happened, which, we may easily imagine, astonished him mightily. But, without speaking a word to the Sultan, he invented an excuse that satisfied him, and sending immediately for the fisherman, bid him bring 4 more such fish, for a misfortune had befallen the other, that they were not fit to be carried to the Sultan. The fisherman, without saying anything of what the genie had told him, in order to excuse himself from bringing them that very day, told the vizier he had a great way to go for them, but would Certainly bring them tomorrow. Accordingly the fisherman went away by night, and, coming to the pond, threw in his nets betimes next morning, took 4 such fishes as the former, and brought them to the vizier at the hour appointed. The minister took them himself, carried them to the kitchen, and shutting himself up all alone with the cook maid, she gutted them, and put them on the fire, as she had done the 4 others the day before, when they were fried on the one side. And she had turned them upon the other, the kitchen wall opened. And the same lady came in with the rod in her hand, struck one of the fishes, spoke to it as before, and all 4 gave her the same answer. But, sir, says Scheherazade, day appears, which obliges me to break off. What I have told you is indeed singular, but if I be alive tomorrow, I will tell you other things which are yet better worth your hearing. Shahryar, conceiving that the sequel must be very curious, resolved to hear her next night. The 20th night. Next morning the Sultan prevented Dinarzade, and says to Scheherazade, Madam, I pray you make an end of the story of the fisherman, I am impatient to hear it. Upon which the Sultaness continued it thus. Sir, after the 4 fishes had answered the young lady, she overturned the frying pan with her rod, and retired into the same place of the wall from whence she came out. The Grand Vizier, being witness to what passed, this is too surprising and extraordinary, says he, to be concealed from the Sultan. I will inform him of this prodigy, which he did accordingly, and gave him a faithful account of all that had happened. The Sultan, being much surprised, was mighty impatient to see this himself. To this end, he sent immediately for the fisherman, and says to him, Friend, cannot you bring me 4 more such fishes? The fisherman replied, If your majesty will be pleased to allow me 3 days' time, I will do it. Having obtained this time, he went to the pond immediately, and, at the first throwing in of his net, he took 4 such fishes, and brought them presently to the Sultan, who was the more rejoiced at it, as he did not expect them so soon, and ordered him other 400 pieces of gold. As soon as the Sultan had the fish, he ordered them to be carried into the closet, with all that was necessary for frying them, and having shut himself up there with his vizier, that minister gutted them, put them in the pan upon the fire, and when they were fried on one side, turned them upon the other. Then the wall of the closet opened, but, instead of the young lady, there came out a black, in the habit of a slave, and of a gigantic stature, with a great green baton in his hand. He advanced towards the pan, and touching one of the fishes with his baton, says to it with a terrible voice, Fish, art thou in thy duty? At these words, the fishes raised up their heads, and answered, Yes, yes, we are. If you reckon, we reckon. If you pay your debts, we pay ours. If you fly, we overcome, and are content. The fish had no sooner finished these words, than the black threw the pan into the middle of the closet, and reduced these fishes to a coal. Having done this, he retired fiercely, and entering again into the hole of the wall, it shut, and appeared just as it was before. After what I have seen, says the Sultan to the Vizier, it will not be possible for me to be easy in my mind. These fish, without doubt, signify something extraordinary, in which I have a mind to be satisfied. He sent for the fisherman, and when he came, says to him, Fisherman, the fishes you have brought us make me very Uneasy, where did you catch them? Sir, answers he, I fished for them in a pond situate betwixt 4 hills, beyond the mountain that we see from hence. Know you that pond, says the Sultan to the vizier. No, sir, replies the vizier, I never so much as heard of it, and yet it is not 60 years since I hunted beyond that mountain and thereabouts. The Sultan asked the fisherman, how far the pond might be from the palace. The fisherman answered, it was not above 3 hours' journey. Upon this assurance, and there being day enough beforehand, the Sultan commanded all his court to take horse, and the fisherman served them for a guide. They all ascended the mountain, and at the foot of it they saw, to their great surprise, a vast plain, that nobody had observed till then, and at last they came to the pond, which they found actually to be situate betwixt 4 hills, as the fisherman had said. The water of it was so transparent, that they observed all the fishes to be like those which the fisherman had brought to the palace. The Sultan stayed upon the bank of the pond, and, after beholding the fishes with admiration, he demanded of his emirs and all his courtiers, if it was possible they had never seen this pond, which was within so little away of the town. They all answered that they had never so much as heard of it. Since you all agree, says he, that you never heard of it, and as I am no less astonished than you are, at this novelty I am resolved not to return to my palace till I know how this pond came hither, and why all the fish in it are of 4 colors. Having spoken thus, he ordered his court to encamp, and immediately his pavilion, and the tents of his household, were planted upon the banks of the pond. When night came, the Sultan retired under his pavilion, and spoke to the vizier by himself thus, Vizier, my mind is very uneasy. This pond transported hither, the black that appeared to us in my closet, and the fishes that we heard speak, all this does so much whet my curiosity, that I cannot resist the impatient desire that I have to be satisfied in it. To this end, I am resolved to withdraw alone from the camp, and I order you to keep my absence secret, stay in my pavilion, and tomorrow morning, when the emirs and courtiers come to attend my levee, send them away, and tell them that I am somewhat indisposed, and have a mind to be alone, and the following day tell them the same thing, till I return. The Grand Vizier said several things to divert the Sultan from his design. He represented to him the danger to which he might be exposed, and that all his labor might perhaps be in vain. But it was to no purpose, the Sultan was resolved on it, and would go. He put on a suit fit for walking, and took his scimitar, and as soon as he saw that all was quiet in the camp, he goes out alone, and went over one of the hills without much difficulty. He found the descent still more easy, and, when he came to the plain, walked on till the sun rose, and then he saw before him, at a considerable distance, a great building. He rejoiced at the sight, in hopes to be informed there of what he had a mind to know. When he came near, he found it was a magnificent palace, or rather a very strong castle, of fine black polished marble, and covered with fine steel, as smooth as a looking glass. Being mightily pleased that he had so speedily met with something worthy his curiosity, he stopped before the front of the castle, and considered it with abundance of attention. He afterwards came up to the gate, which had 2 leaves, one of them open, though he might have entered when he would, yet he thought it best to knock. He knocked at first softly, and waited for some time, but seeing nobody, and supposing they had not heard him, he knocked harder the second time, but neither seeing nor hearing anybody, he knocked again and again, but nobody appearing. It surprised him extremely, for he could not think that a castle so well in repair was without inhabitants. If there be nobody in it, says he to himself, I have nothing to fear, and if there be, I have wherewith to defend me. At last he entered, and when he came within the porch, he cries, Is there nobody here to receive a stranger, who comes in for some refreshment as he passes by? He repeated the same 2 or 3 times, but, though he spoke very high, nobody answered. This silence increased his astonishment. He came into a very spacious court, and looking on every side to see if he could perceive any body, he saw no living thing. But, sir, says Scheherazade, day appears, and I must stop. Ah! Sister, says Dinarzade, you break off at the very best of the story. It is true, answers the Sultaness, but, sister, you see I am forced to do so. If my lord the Sultan pleases, you may hear the rest tomorrow. Shahryar agreed to this, not so much to please Dinarzade as to satisfy his own curiosity, being mightily impatient to hear what adventure the prince met with in the castle. The 21st night. Dinarzade, to make amends for her neglect the night before, never laid eye together, and, when she thought it was time, awaked the Sultaness, saying to her, My dear sister, pray give us an account of what happened in the fine castle where you left us yesterday. Scheherazade forthwith resumed her story, and, addressing herself to Shahryar, says, Sir, the Sultan, perceiving nobody in the court, entered the great halls, which were hung with silk tapestry, the alcoves and sofas were covered with stuffs of Mecca, and the porches with the richest stuffs of the Indies, mixed with gold and silver. He came afterwards into an admirable saloon, in the middle of which there was a great fountain, with a lion of massy gold at each corner. Water issued at the mouths of the 4 lions, and this water, as it fell, formed diamonds and pearls, that very well answered a jet of water, which, springing from the middle of the fountain, rose as high almost as the bottom of a cupola painted after the Arabian manner. The castle on 3 sides was encompassed by a garden, with flower pots, water works, groves, and 1,000 other fine things concurring to embellish it, and what completed the beauty of the place, was an infinite number of birds, which filled the air with their harmonious notes, and always stayed their nets being spread over the trees, and fastened to the palace, to keep them in. The Sultan walked a long time from apartment to apartment, where he found everything very grand and magnificent. Being tired with walking, he sat down in an open closet, which had a view over the garden, and there reflecting upon what he had already seen, and did then see, all of a sudden he heard the voice of one complaining, accompanied with lamentable cries. He listened with attention, and heard distinctly these sad words, O Fortune! Thou who wouldst not suffer me longer to enjoy a happy lot, and hast made me the most unfortunate man in the world. Forbear to persecute me, and by a speedy death, put an end to my sorrows. Alas! Is it possible that I am still alive after so many torments as I have suffered? The Sultan, being affected with those pitiful complaints, rose up, and made towards the place where he heard the voice, and when he came to the gate of a great hall, he opened it, and saw a handsome young man, richly habited, set upon a throne raised a little above the ground. Melancholy was painted in his looks. The Sultan drew near, and saluted him. The young man returned him his salute by a low bow with his head, but not being able to rise up, he says to the Sultan, "My lord, I am very well satisfied that you deserve I should rise to receive you, and do you all possible honor, but I am hindered from doing so by a very sad reason, and therefore hope you will not take it ill." "My lord," replies the Sultan, "I am very much obliged to you for having so good an opinion of me. As to the reason of your not rising, whatever your apology be, I heartily accept of it. Being drawn hither by your complaints, and affected by your grief, I came to offer you my help. Would to God that it lay in my power to ease you of your trouble, I would do my utmost to effect it. I flatter myself that you would willingly tell me the history of your misfortunes, but pray tell me first the meaning of the pond near the palace, where the fishes are of 4 colors. What this castle is. How you came to be here. And why you are alone." Instead of answering these questions, the young man began to weep bitterly. "Oh, how inconstant is fortune!" cried he. "She takes pleasure to pull down those men she hath raised up. Where are they who enjoy quietly the happiness which they hold of her, and whose day is always clear and serene?" The Sultan, moved with compassion to see him in that condition, prayed him forthwith to tell him the cause of his excessive grief. "Alas! My lord," replies the young man, "how is it possible but I should grieve? And why should not my eyes be inexhaustible fountains of tears?" At these words, lifting up his gown, he showed the Sultan that he was a man only from his head to the girdle, and that the other half of his body was black marble. Here Scheherazade broke off, and told the Sultan that day appeared. Shahryar was so much charmed with the story, and became so much in love with Scheherazade, that he resolved to let her live a month. He got up, however, as usual, without acquainting her with his resolution. The 22nd night. Dinarzade was so impatient to hear out the story, that she called her sister next morning sooner than usual, and says to her, "Sister, pray continue the wonderful story you began, but could not make an end of yesterday morning." "I agreed to it," replied the Sultaness. "Hearken then. You may easily imagine," continues she, "that the Sultan was strangely surprised when he saw the deplorable condition of the young man. "That which you show me," says he, "as it fills me with horror, whets my curiosity so, that I am impatient to hear your history, which no doubt is very strange, and I am persuaded that the pond and the fishes make some part of it, therefore I conjure you to tell it me. You will find some comfort in it, since it is certain that unfortunate people find some sort of ease in telling their misfortunes. I will not refuse you that satisfaction," replies the young man, "though I cannot do it without renewing my grief. But I give you notice beforehand, to prepare your ears, your mind, and even your eyes, for things that surpass all that the most extraordinary imagination can conceive. The history of the young king of the Black Isles. You must know, my lord," continued he, "that my father, who was called Mahmud, was king of this country. This is the kingdom of the Black Isles, which takes its name from the four little neighboring mountains, for those mountains were formerly isles. The capital where the king my father had his residence, was where that pond you now see is. The sequel of my history will inform you of all those changes. The king my father died when he was 70 years of age. I had no sooner succeeded him, but I married, and the lady I chose to share the royal dignity with me was my cousin. I had all the reason imaginable to be satisfied in her love to me, and, for my part, I had so much tenderness for her, that nothing was comparable to the good understanding betwixt us, which lasted 5 years, at the end of which time I perceived the queen my cousin had no more delight in me. One day, while she was at bath, I found myself sleepy after dinner, and lay down upon a sofa. Two of her ladies, who were then in my chamber, came and sat down, one at my head, and the other at my feet, with fans in their hands to moderate the heat, and to hinder the flies from troubling me in my sleep. They thought I was fast, and spoke very low, but I only shut my eyes, and heard every word they said. One of them says to the other, "Is not the queen much in the wrong, not to love such an amiable prince as this?" "I, certainly," replies the other, "for my part one do not understand it, and I know not how she goes out every night, and leaves him alone. Is it possible that he does not perceive it?" "Alas," says the first, "how would you have him to perceive it? She mixes every evening in his drink the juice of a certain herb, which makes him sleep so sound all night that she has time to go where she pleases, and as day begins to appear, the comes and lies down by him again, and wakes him by the smell of something she puts under his nose." You may guess, my lord, how much I was surprised at this discourse, and with what sentiments it inspired me, yet, whatever emotions it made within me, I had command enough over myself to dissemble it, and feigned myself to awake, without having heard one word of it. The queen returned from the bath, we supped together, and, before we went to bed, she presented me with a cup of water such as I was accustomed to drink, but, instead of putting it to my mouth, I went to a window that stood open, and threw out the water so privately that she did not perceive it, and put the cup again into her hands, to persuade her I had drunk it. We went to bed together, and soon after, believing that I was asleep, though I was not, she got up with so little precaution that she said, so loud as I could hear distinctly, "Sleep, and may you never awake again." She dressed herself speedily, and went out of the chamber. As Scheherazade spoke these words, she saw day appear, and stopped. Dinarzade had heard her sister with a great deal of pleasure, and Shahryar thought the history of the King of the Black Isles so worthy of his curiosity, that he rose up full of impatience for the rest of it. The 23rd night. An hour before day, Dinarzade, being awake, failed not to call upon the Sultaness, and said, "Pray, dear sister, go on with the history of the young king of the Black Islands." Scheherazade, calling to mind where she left off, resumed Th's story thus. As soon as the queen my wife went out, continues the king of the Black Islands, I got up, dressed me in haste, took my scimitar, and followed her so quick that I soon heard the sound of her feet before me, and then walked softly after her, for fear of being heard. She passed through several gates, which opened upon her, pronouncing some magical words, and the last she opened was that of the garden, which she entered. I stopped at the gate that she might not perceive me, as she crossed a plot, and looking after her as far as I could in the night, I perceived that she entered a little wood, whose walks were guarded by thick palisadoes. I went thither by another way, and slipping behind the palisadoes of a long walk, I saw her walking there with a man. I gave good heed to their discourse, and heard her say thus, I do not deserve, says the queen to her gallant, to be upbraided by you for want of diligence. You know very well what hinders me. But if all the marks of love that I have already given you be not enough, I am ready to give you greater marks of it. You need but command me. You know my power. I will, if you desire it, before sun rising, change this great city, and this fine palace, into frightful ruins, which shall be inhabited by nothing but wolves, owls, and ravens. Would you have me to transport all the stones of those walls, so solidly built, beyond Mount Caucasus, and out of the bounds of the habitable world? Speak but the word, and all those places shall be changed. As the queen finished these words, her gallant and she came to the end of the walk, turned to enter another, and passed before me. I had already drawn my scimitar, and her gallant being next me, I struck him in the neck, and made him fall to the ground. I thought I had killed him, and therefore retired speedily without making myself known to the queen, whom I had a mind to spare, because she was my kinswoman. In the meantime, the blow I had given her gallant was mortal. But she preserved his life by the force of her enchantments, in such a manner, however, that he could not be said to be either dead or alive. As I crossed the garden to return to the palace, I heard the queen cry out lamentably, and, judging by that how much she was grieved, I was pleased that I had spared her life. When I returned to her apartment, I went to bed, and being satisfied with having punished the villain that did me the injury, I went to sleep, and when I awaked next morning, found the queen lying by me. Scheherazade was obliged to stop here, because she saw day. O heaven! Sister, says Dinarzade, how it troubles me that you can say no more. Sister, replies the sultaness, you ought to have awaked me sooner. It is your fault. I will make amends next night, replies Dinarzade, for I doubt not but the sultan will be as willing to hear out the story as I am, and I hope he will be so good as to let you live one day more. The 24th night. Dinarzade was actually as good as her word. She called the sultaness very early, saying, Dear sister, if you be not asleep, pray make an end of the agreeable history of the king of the Black Isles. I am ready to die with impatience to know how he came to be changed into marble. You shall hear it, replies Scheherazade, if the sultan will give me leave. I found the queen lying by me. Then, says the king of the Black Islands, I cannot tell you whether she slept or not, but I got up without making any noise, and went to my closet, where I made an end of dressing myself. I afterwards went and held my council. And, at my return, the queen was clad in mourning, her hair hanging about her eyes, and part of it pulled off. She presented herself before me, and said, Sir, I come to beg your majesty not to be surprised to see me in this condition. 3 afflicting pieces of news that I have just now received all at once are the cause of my heavy grief, of which the tokens you see are but very faint resemblances. Alas! What is that news, madam? Said I. The death of the queen, my dear mother, said she, that of the king my father killed in battle, and that of one of my brothers, who is fallen headlong into it. I was not ill pleased that she made use of this pretext to hide the true cause of her grief, and I thought she had not suspected me to have killed her gallant. Madam, said I am so far from blaming your grief, that I assure you I am willing to bear what share of it is proper for me. I should very much wonder if you were insensible of so great a loss. Mourn on, your tears are so many proofs of your good nature, but I hope, however, that time and reason will moderate your grief. She retired into her apartment, where, giving herself wholly up to sorrow, she spent a whole year in mourning and afflicting herself. At the end of that time, she begged leave of me to build a burying place for herself within the bounds of the palace, where she would continue, she told me, to the end of her days. I agreed to it, and she built a stately palace, with a cupola, that may be seen here, and she called it the Palace of Tears. When it was finished, she caused her gallant to be brought thither from the place that she made him to be carried the same night that I wounded him. She had hindered his dying by the drink she gave him, and carried to him herself every day after he came to the Palace of Tears. Yet, with all her enchantments, she could not cure the wretch. He was not only unable to walk, and to help himself, but had also lost the use of his speech, and gave no sign of life but only by his looks. Though the queen had no other consolation but to see him, and to say to him all that her foolish passion could inspire her with, yet every day she made him 2 long visits. I was very well informed of all this, but pretended to know nothing of it. One day I went out of curiosity to the Palace of Tears to see how the princess employed herself, and, going to a place where she could not see me, I heard her speak thus to her gallant: I am afflicted to the highest degree to see you in this condition. I am as sensible as you are yourself of the tormenting grief you endure, but, dear soul, I always speak to you, and you do not answer me. How long will you be silent? Speak only one word. Alas! The sweetest moments of my life are those I spend herein, partaking of your grief. I cannot live at a distance from you, and would prefer the pleasure of always seeing you to the empire of the universe. At these words, which were several times interrupted by her sighs and sobs, I lost all patience, and, discovering myself, came up to her, and said, Madam, you have mourned enough, it is time to give over this sorrow which dishonors us both. You have too much forgotten what you owe to me and to yourself. Sir, says she, if you have any kindness or complaisance left for me, I beseech you to put no force upon me, allow me to give myself up to mortal grief. It is impossible for time to lessen it. When I saw that my discourse, instead of bringing her to her duty, served only to increase her rage, I gave over and retired. She continued every day to visit her gallant, and for 2 long years gave herself up to excessive grief. I went a second time to the Palace of Tears while she was there. I hid myself again, and heard her speak thus to her gallant: It is now 3 years since you spoke one word to me, you return no answer to the marks of love I give you by my discourse and groans. Is it from want of sense, or out of contempt? O tomb! Have you abated that excessive love he had for me? Have you shut those eyes that showed me so much love, and were all my joy? No. No, I believe nothing of it. Tell me rather by what miracle you became entrusted with the rarest treasure that ever was in the world. I must confess, my lord, I was enraged at these words, for, in short, this gallant so much doted upon, this adored mortal, was not such a one as you would imagine him to have been. He was a black Indian, a native of that country. I say, I was so enraged at this discourse, that I discovered myself all of a sudden, and addressing the tomb in my turn, O tomb! Cried I, why do you not swallow up that monster in nature, or rather why do you not swallow up the gallant and his mistress? I had scarcely finished these words, when the queen, who sat by the black, rose up like a fury. Ah, cruel man! Says she, thou art the cause of my grief, do not you think but I know it? I have dissembled it but too long, it is thy barbarous hand which hath brought the object of my love to this lamentable condition, and you are so hard-hearted as to come and insult a despairing lover. Yes, said I, in a rage, it is I who chastised that monster. According to his desert, I ought to have treated thee in the same manner. I repent now that I did not do it. Thou hast abused my goodness too long. As I spoke these words, I drew out my scimitar, and lifted up my hand to punish her, but she, steadfastly beholding me, said, with a jeering smile, moderate thy anger. At the same time she pronounced words I did not understand, and afterwards added, by virtue of my enchantments, I command thee immediately to become half marble and half man. Immediately, my lord, I became such as you see me, already a dead man among the living, and a living man among the dead. Here, Scheherazade, perceiving day, broke off her story. Upon which Dinarzade says, Dear sister, I am exceedingly obligated to the Sultan, for it is to his goodness I owe the extraordinary pleasure I have in your stories. My sister, replies the Sultaness, if the Sultan will be so good as to suffer me to live till tomorrow, I shall tell you a thing that will afford as much satisfaction as anything you have yet heard. Though Shahryar had not resolved to defer the death of Scheherazade a month longer, he could not have ordered her to be put to death that day. The 25th night. Towards the end of the night Dinarzade cried, Sister, if I do not trespass too much upon your complaisance, I would pray you to finish the history of the King of the Black Islands. Scheherazade, having awaked upon her sister's call, prepared to give the satisfaction she required, and began thus. The king, half marble half man, continued his history to the Sultan thus, after this cruel magician, unworthy of the name of a queen, had metamorphosed me thus, and brought me into this hall. By another enchantment, she destroyed my capital, which was very flourishing and full of people. She abolished the houses, the public places, and markets, and made a pond and desert field of it, which you may have seen. The fishes of 4 colors in the pond are the 4 sorts of people, of different religions, that inhabited the place. The white are the Mussulman, the red, the Persians, who worship the fire, the blue, the Christians, and the yellow, the Jews. The 4 little hills were the 4 islands that gave name to this kingdom. I learned all this from the magician, who, to add to my affliction, told me with her own mouth these effects of her rage. But this is not all, her revenge was not satisfied with the destruction of my dominions, and the metamorphosis of my person. She comes every day, and gives me over my naked shoulders, 100 blows with ox pizzles, which makes me all over blood, and, when she has done so, covers me with a coarse stuff of goat's hair, and throws over it this robe of brocade that you see, not to do me honor, but to mock me. At this part of the discourse, the king could not withhold his tears, and the sultan's heart was so pierced with the relation that he could not speak one word to comfort him. A little time after, the young king, lifting up his eyes to heaven, cried out, "Mighty Creator of all things, I submit myself to your judgments, and to the decrees of your providence. I endure my calamities with patience, since it is your will it should be so, but I hope your infinite goodness will reward me for it." The Sultan, being much moved by the recital of so strange a story, and animated to avenge